There are places in the jungle where maps don't show and where people never return. We slept next to one of them. I don't talk about that night on patrol anymore. Not with the other rangers, not with the seasonal hires who come out here bright-eyed and full of questions and definitely not with the visitors who think the Outer Banks is just a strip of pretty sand and safe sea air. They wouldn't understand, and to be honest, I barely do myself. I was stationed at Cape Hatteras that season. The late summer storms had been rough, chewing away chunks of dune and washing up wreckage that looked like bones on the beach, old driftwood, the husks of fishing boats, crab pots, sometimes whole timbers worked into smooth, pale shapes that almost seemed carved. The ocean has a way of spitting out history here. Pirates, wreckers, lost ships. The place has always been about what doesn't make it to shore. That night was a Tuesday, late August. I remember because the crowds had thinned. The summer season was tapering off, families packing up and going home before Labor Day, and the beaches felt empty again. My shift was supposed to be easy, patrolling the dunes for unauthorized campers, checking for signs of bonfires, keeping an eye out for the occasional RV that tried to park where it shouldn't. People think no camping means tents only, but I've pulled more than one Winnebago out of soft sand at midnight. The night was heavy, humid, the kind where your shirt sticks to your back before you've even walked a mile. Crickets hissed in the brush, but the air was thick and muffled, like sound didn't travel far. I had my flashlight, my radio, and the dull routine of walking the same sandy paths I always did. That's when I saw the first light. Out in the dunes, maybe 200 yards off, a pale yellow glow floated just above the grass line. At first, I thought it was a camper, someone ignoring the rules, using an old oil lantern or maybe one of those battery lamps. But the thing was swaying, bobbing, like someone was carrying it, only there wasn't a clear trail for anyone to walk on. Just fragile dune grass, sharp sand spurs, and the kind of ground you'd sink into if you weren't careful. I radioed in, possible unauthorized campfire in the South Dunes, and stepped off the path. My boots sank, sand sliding down into my socks, but I kept going, shining my flashlight ahead. The beam cut through the grass in a narrow tunnel, but every time I lined it up with the glow, the light slipped further away. Then I noticed something strange. It wasn't just one lantern. As my eyes adjusted, I counted 3, then 5, then maybe a dozen or more, each one hovering low, pale gold, moving as though someone carried them through the dunes. They didn't move together. They drifted apart, weaving like fireflies. And yet there wasn't a sound. No crunch of sand, no whisper of clothing, no voices. Just the heavy surf somewhere beyond and the rasp of insects behind me. I told myself they had to be campers, some group out to spook around, maybe kids from the mainland who thought it would be fun to sneak in. But the closer I walked, the further away they seemed. No matter how hard I pushed, slogging through knee-high grass and soft ground, the lanterns shifted back, always just out of reach. Then as suddenly as they appeared, they winked out. Every single one. I froze. The dunes stretched empty before me, just black mounds against a darker sky. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears, and I flicked my flashlight left, right, searching for movement. Nothing. Just the sigh of wind pushing across the grass tops. When I turned back toward the trail, I realized I couldn't see it anymore. It should have been behind me, a thin sandy cut through the grass, easy to follow. But the dunes all looked the same now. Ridges and hollows, everyone shifting under moonlight. I spun slowly, trying to get my bearings. The lighthouse at Hatteras should have been visible, a blinking white beacon, but the fog had rolled in thick and heavy, swallowing the horizon. I tried the radio again. Static, not even a squeal, just dead air. That's when I felt it. A vibration underfoot, faint but steady, like something big was moving below the sand. At first I thought it was the surf, waves pounding far off, reverberating through the ground, but it didn't match. The rhythm was too slow, too deliberate, almost like footsteps, except deeper, as though they came from under the earth itself. I crouched, pressing my hand to the ground, and the vibration pulsed up through my palm. Thump! Thump, a long pause, then another. I don't know how long I stayed like that, frozen. My flashlight beam shook across the grass, catching nothing but pale stalks bending in the fog. My brain kept grasping at explanations: seismic activity, underground water, maybe even trucks from the highway. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those. The dunes don't move like that. Then, just ahead, one of the lanterns flicked back on. A single golden glow, hovering at eye level. I stumbled forward before I even realized it, drawn like a moth. The thing wavered in the mist, and as I approached, I saw it clearly for the first time. It wasn't a lantern. Not really. The light didn't have edges, no glass, no frame. It was a sphere, glowing softly from within, like the ember of a coal held in the air. And inside, this is the part I can't forget, I swear I saw something moving. Shapes, shifting slowly, like the light was only a shell and something lived inside. I stopped dead. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, but my legs wouldn't move. The glow swayed closer, almost brushing the tops of the grass, and for a second it cast shadows. I don't mean from the grass or from me. I mean long, sharp shadows that stretched across the dunes in impossible directions, like there were things standing all around that I couldn't see until that light touched them. Then it blinked out, and I ran. I didn't care which way. I just ran, crashing through brush, scraping my shins on hidden roots, stumbling and getting back up. My lungs burned, sweat slicked my back, but fear drove me harder than I'd ever moved in my life. When I finally broke through to sand, I realized I'd come out onto the beach itself. The fog rolled thick along the surf, and the waves glowed faintly with bioluminescence, every crest flashing electric blue before collapsing. It should have been beautiful. Instead, it felt wrong, like the whole ocean was alive and watching me. I bent double, trying to catch my breath, and when I lifted my head, I saw them again. Dozens of lanterns, maybe 50 or more, all down the beach, spread across the dunes, hovering just above the sand, some near, some distant, swaying in silence. And they were moving toward me. I told myself not to blink, not to look away, because every time I lost sight of one, it seemed to reappear closer. They weren't marching in lines or drifting in a pattern. They swayed in odd arcs, erratic and fluid, like they were floating on invisible currents. But the movement wasn't random. It was converging, closing in. The sound of the surf seemed to recede, even though the waves broke only yards away. What replaced it was worse. Silence so deep it pressed in against my ears, a vacuum that made me feel like I was standing underwater. I backed toward the tide line, sand collapsing under my boots. My flashlight beam jittered across the beach, catching nothing but mist. But every time the beam swept past one of those lights, the glow dimmed as if retreating from the white. I caught myself holding the light like a weapon, jabbing it at the nearest orb, and sure enough, it shivered, pulling back into the fog. I thought maybe I could force my way out. If the lights didn't like the beam, I could carve myself a path. So I did. I raised the flashlight high and started running down the shoreline, aiming the beam into the thickest clusters of them. They withdrew. Yes, but not far, never more than a few feet. I could feel them trailing me, circling back the moment the light passed. My radio crackled. For a second, my chest surged with hope, and I stopped, dead, clutching at the handset. But the sound wasn't a voice, just a wet, distorted hiss, like someone trying to breathe through water. The noise swelled, popped, then fell silent again, leaving me with only my ragged breathing. I wanted to scream into it, to beg for anyone, but I didn't. Something in my gut told me not to make sound, that if I spoke, they would answer. So I ran. The beach stretched endless, fog erasing everything beyond 100 feet. I should have seen the pier, or at least the blinking lights of the Coast Guard station. Instead, nothing. Just sand, water, and the swarm of floating lanterns keeping pace. It must have been an hour, maybe longer. My legs turned leaden, muscles screaming, throat raw with each breath, and still no sign of an exit. No landmark, no break in the fog. Panic gnawed at the edges of my mind, telling me I was trapped in some loop, circling the same stretch of beach over and over. Then I stumbled across the RV. It sat crooked in the sand, half buried, tires sunken deep as if it had been there for years. The windows were black, the paint stripped away by salt air. At first I thought it must have been dumped illegally, some old rig abandoned and swallowed by the elements. But as I drew closer, I saw the outlines of handprints smeared across the metal. Dozens of them pressed into the salt-caked surface, all facing outward. I froze. My light flicked across the door, where rust streaked down like dried blood. The handle was broken clean off. The steps bent inward, as if crushed beneath weight. Behind me, the lanterns swayed closer. I didn't want to go inside. Every nerve screamed against it. But the thought of standing there, exposed on the beach, with those things hemming me in, I didn't have a choice. I scrambled up the bent steps, shoulder-checking the door until the rotten latch gave way, and fell into the dark interior. The smell hit me first. Damp wood, mold, the sour tang of something long dead. I gagged, yanking my shirt over my mouth. My flashlight beam skittered across a wreck of an interior. Torn cushions, warped floorboards, cupboards hanging open. Then the light froze on the far wall. Names, carved into the paneling with something sharp, row after row of names. Some full, some just initials, overlapping and scratched out as if added at different times. There must have been 100 at least, and below them a sentence, "Don't follow the lights." I stumbled back so fast I nearly tripped, beam jerking across the wreckage. My pulse hammered in my skull, but the words branded themselves into my vision. The lanterns pressed against the windows. Their glow bled through the grime, seeping in like fireflies crushed against glass. One by one, they settled outside, surrounding the RV. The interior glowed gold, shadows stretching sharp and warped. I killed my flashlight, hoping, praying that maybe the glass would hold. That was when the sound started. Not footsteps, not scratching, voices. Low at first, distant, like whispers carried on the wind, then closer, overlapping, too many at once. I couldn't pick out words, but the tone was unmistakable, pleading, desperate. Like 100 throats calling out from underwater, begging me to come back outside. My hands shook so badly I dropped the radio. The static erupted again, that same choking hiss, but now there were fragments in it, snatches of speech that almost made sense. Out here. Help us. Follow. I pressed my palms to my ears, sinking into a crouch in the dark. My whole body shuddered with terror, but even worse was the pull. Because the more those voices called, the more they sounded like people I knew. My supervisor, my sister, my father's voice, even though he's been dead for years. That's when I realized the RV was getting warmer. Not comfortable warm. Oppressive, suffocating, like the walls themselves were radiating heat. My skin prickled, sweat dripping into my eyes, and still the voices called. I don't know how long I lasted. Seconds. Minutes. Long enough for the glass to start cracking, thin white fractures spider-webbing outward. The lanterns pressed closer, their glow pulsing with each whisper, and I knew the RV wouldn't hold. So I ran again. Through the back, shouldering the warped door until it split, spilling me out into the dunes. Sand and grass tore at my shins, but I didn't care. I just kept moving, uphill, away from the beach. The voices rose in a wail behind me, all the lights surging together, and I thought for sure they would swallow me whole. But then, there it was, the lighthouse. Its beams swept through the fog, a pale knife cutting across the dunes. I staggered toward it, half blind, lungs burning. And when the next sweep came, it lit the sand all around me. For the first time in hours, the lanterns shrank back. They didn't vanish, not completely, but the glow dimmed, retreating into the mist. By the time I reached the base of the lighthouse, they were gone. I collapsed at the base of the lighthouse, chest heaving like I'd sprinted for miles. The bricks were damp with mist, slick beneath my palms, but the cool solidity of them felt like salvation. For a moment, I thought I'd made it. I thought the sweep of that beam had driven whatever I'd seen back into the dunes for good. But as I sat there, trying to pull air into my raw lungs, I realized the night wasn't right. The fog hung thicker than ever, but it wasn't drifting the way fog usually does. It seemed to hold its place, like curtains pulled tight. And every time the lighthouse beam cut through, I swore the fog rippled, shivered, as if something enormous moved within it, just out of reach. The door at the lighthouse base was locked, as always when we weren't giving tours. I rattled the handle anyway, uselessly, before sliding down against the wall. I told myself I'd wait there until dawn, that someone would come, that the fog would burn off, that the morning shift would find me. But the voices came back. Faint at first, drifting on the mist, the same pleading tones I'd heard at the RV. They carried shapes now, syllables I almost understood. Ranger, help us, we're lost. And then one of them said my name, not just close, perfect. The same cadence, the same sound my sister used when she was irritated with me. I felt ice crawl down my spine. She lived 2 states away. There was no way. I clamped my hands over my ears, rocking against the cold brick, but my name kept threading through the static of the fog, louder, more insistent. Then the ground vibrated again. That same deep thump, measured and heavy, like something shifting beneath the sand. The bricks rattled against my back. For the first time, I realized maybe the lanterns weren't the real thing to fear. Maybe they were just bait. The fog parted 30 yards out. I don't know how to describe what I saw. My flashlight beam wouldn't hold steady. I could barely keep my hand from shaking. What little I caught didn't make sense. Shapes too tall for the dunes, edges blurred by mist, outlines that bent wrong when the lighthouse beam cut across them. For an instant, I thought I saw legs. Too many. Moving in uneven rhythm. Then it was gone again, swallowed by the white. The lanterns winked back into being, not scattered this time, but in lines. Dozens of them forming arcs across the sand, hemming me in against the lighthouse. The glow pulsed faintly in rhythm with the vibrations underfoot. My skin prickled with static, every hair standing on end. I panicked. I admit it. I beat on the lighthouse door with both fists, screaming for someone, anyone to let me in. My voice cracked, echoing uselessly into the fog. Nobody came. And then the beam shifted. The lighthouse light, the only thing keeping those orbs at bay, faltered. A mechanical groan rolled through the structure above me, and the next sweep came late, weak, flickering like a dying bulb. I think I stopped breathing. Because in that moment of darkness between sweeps, the lanterns surged closer. Their glow washed across my boots, across my hands on the brick, filling the world with molten gold. Shadows stretched sharp and impossible, crisscrossing in every direction. I could feel heat radiating off them, the same suffocating warmth from inside the RV. And in the middle of it, for the briefest flash, I saw faces. Not whole, not detailed, just impressions inside the glow, mouths open in silent cries, eyes wide and black. Dozens of them, layered on top of one another like fish caught in glass. And I swear every single one turned to look at me. The beam came back, strong this time, blinding. The lanterns recoiled, ripping backward into the fog. The vibrations stopped. The silence cracked open, and the surf rushed back in, crashing loud and wild against the shore. I don't remember running after that. I only remember stumbling through the fog until the station lights broke through ahead of me, stark and artificial. My shift partner found me collapsed in the sand lot, clothes shredded, eyes swollen from salt. I couldn't even explain. I just muttered something about getting lost, about fog rolling in heavier than expected. They believed me. Or maybe they didn't want to push. Either way, I never told them about the lanterns. It's been 5 years since that night. I still work the Outer Banks, though I don't take solo patrols anymore. Not after dark, not in the fog. Most nights are quiet, predictable. The ocean breathes in and out, steady and endless, and the dunes roll on in their pale silence. But every now and then, when the mist curls in thicker than it should, I catch it, out of the corner of my eye. A pale gold glow hovering just above the grass line, and I hear my name whispered in the surf. I tell myself it's just memory, just trauma replaying itself, that the dunes didn't swallow me that night, so they never will. But when I lie awake in my trailer and the fog presses against the windows, I can't shake the thought that maybe the lanterns aren't gone. Maybe they're still out there, waiting for me to step back into the dark. I thought time would blunt the memory, that the longer I stayed on this job, the more those hours would fade into the fog where they belonged. But the truth is, the further I've tried to bury them, the more they seep back like seawater through rotted wood. The Rangers talk, not officially, never in the station logs, never in briefings. But when it's late and the radio's quiet, the stories come out. Ghost lights in the dunes, shapes in the fog. Visitors who vanish between campsites. We laugh it off, call it tourist myth or island folklore. But when I look at their faces in those rare, unguarded moments, I know I'm not the only one who's seen. Last winter, I was assigned inventory cleanup at one of the storage sheds near Buxton. Old paperwork, records, unclaimed visitor property. It all gets dumped there before the end of season. I was knee-deep in moldy file boxes when I found a folder that had no business being in the stack. No date, no official cover sheet, just a worn envelope stuffed with handwritten notes. Most were incident reports, the kind visitors leave when they think they've witnessed something important. Flimsy sketches of strange lights, descriptions of fishermen carrying lanterns out where no trail exists. Half the papers were brittle with age. The ink faded. Some dated back to the 50s. A few even older, written in cursive so cramped it looked like scratching. But one page stopped me cold. It was torn from a ranger's logbook dated August 18th, 1972. The handwriting was sharp, military neat. Patrolled South Dunes after reports of lights. Observed 6 to 7 sources moving independently. Approached no visible persons carrying them. Lights extinguished simultaneously when reached within 30 yards. Attempted radio interference only. Lost trail returning. Found shelter in abandoned vehicle. Interior marked with warnings. Numerous names. Vehicle gone when returned with backup. No trace. It was signed with initials I recognized. A ranger who'd retired decades before I joined. Still alive, last I knew, living inland. I closed the folder and put it back. I told myself I didn't want to know more. But it followed me home anyway. Because that night, in the quiet of my trailer, I woke to find the power out. The air hung thick and hot, and the only sound was the distant crash of surf. I sat up, staring through the blinds at the fog pressing against the glass, and in it, a glow, small, gold, hovering just above eye level. I sat frozen on the edge of my bed until dawn lit the sky, every muscle locked. By morning, the fog had lifted, and there was nothing outside but sand spurs and tire ruts from my own truck. I haven't slept well since. The years have worn me down in ways I don't talk about. My hands still shake on humid nights. I catch myself whispering my own name under my breath, as though to remind myself it belongs only to me. I avoid the South Dunes altogether, no matter the assignment. Visitors sometimes ask why certain stretches are closed off. Erosion control, I tell them. Nesting grounds. Maintenance. They nod, accept it, and wander back to their RVs, never knowing how close they came. But I know, and when the fog rolls in thick, when the lighthouse beam flickers across the dunes and I glimpse a glow where no one should be, I feel the old pull again. A whisper, carried low and soft, calling me back into the dark. I thought I could live with ambiguity, that if I kept my head down, stuck to the routines, ignored the glow when it flickered in the distance, I could hold on to my sanity. But curiosity has teeth, and mine finally sank in a year ago. It was off-season, February, when the islands feel stripped bare. The campgrounds are shuttered, the RV pads empty, the dunes nothing but raw grass scratching at a slate sky. Fewer patrols, fewer visitors. Just me and a skeleton crew watching over a coastline that feels abandoned. That's when the report came in. A fisherman from Avon swore he saw a rig sitting half buried out in the dunes, not near any access road. No tracks leading to it. Just sitting there, crooked, like it had risen out of the sand overnight. I should have passed it along, should have let someone else investigate. But the words half-buried RV pulled something deep and cold out of me. I went alone. The air was raw, the wind cutting hard off the Atlantic. I walked a mile of shifting sand before I saw it, and my knees nearly buckled. It was the same RV. I knew it by the angle it leaned, by the rust scars down its side, by the hollowed-out steps bent under weight. The same one I'd hidden in years before. The one I told myself had rotted away long before my time, and on the door, someone had carved new words. We're still here. The lettering was fresh, sharp-edged, not weathered by years of salt and sand. I stood frozen, heart slamming in my chest, until the wind shifted and carried something else to me. A smell. Lantern oil. Except there was no lantern. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. I backed away step by step until the dunes swallowed the RV from sight, and even then I didn't stop. I walked all the way back to the station without calling it in. That night, I dreamed of the names carved inside. Hundreds of them, etched over and over, until the wood itself splintered beneath the weight, and I dreamed of voices pressed against the windows, whispering for me to follow. When I woke, my radio was hissing. Not chatter, not static. That same wet, suffocating hiss I'd heard before, and layered in it, faint but clear, my own voice, calling my name. I pulled the batteries and threw the damn thing in the trash. The hiss didn't stop. It seeped into the walls, into the vents, into my head, until I pressed my palms against my ears and screamed. And then, silence. For a week, I convinced myself it had been stress, exhaustion, nothing more. Until I went back into the storage shed against every sane instinct and dug out that old folder. There were more pages than I remembered. Newer ones, reports dated after mine, scribbled notes from seasonal rangers who swore they saw lights in the dunes. One sketch of an RV leaning at the same angle, steps crushed, door marked. The handwriting was messy, panicked. The last line was underlined 3 times. Don't answer when they call your name. That's where I stopped reading. I haven't gone near the South Dunes since. I keep my shifts close to the populated stretches where tourists laugh and gulls scream and the smell of sunscreen hides the stink of oil. But the fog still comes. The lights still hover. And every now and then, late at night when I'm walking back to my trailer, I hear it. My name. Soft. Patient, waiting for me to step off the path. The air in the swamp feels heavy, thick enough to breathe like water, and I've never forgotten the sound that came with it, the sound of an engine screaming across the black water without a hand to guide it. My name is Daniel. I'm 34 years old, a son of Central Florida, and I thought I knew the Everglades better than I knew myself. I'd camped here since I was a boy, sometimes with my father, sometimes alone in the rust-colored Volkswagen bus I'd nursed back to life. But nothing I'd ever learned, nothing I had ever practiced about safety, about reading the land or trusting my instincts, could have prepared me for the airboat without a pilot. That night was supposed to be about silence. I'd parked my van in a patch of ground a few feet above the swamp line, a little clearing off an old trail the rangers barely checked anymore. The sun had gone down in a burst of red and gold, and I'd felt good about where I was, far from the other campers, close enough to the water to hear the frogs and gators sing. The Everglades at night aren't empty. They're alive, humming with insects, the croak of herons, the low bellow of gators echoing like drums across the still water. It's a kind of music, eerie but steady, and if you grew up here, it can feel like home. I'd let the hum settle over me as I cooked beans on my little stove, my headlights shut off, my lantern dimmed low. The swamp breathes with you out there, and if you sit still long enough, it feels like it accepts you. But the first thing I noticed, the thing that made my hand freeze halfway to my mouth with a spoonful of beans, was the way the natural chorus faltered. The frogs cut out. The cicadas dulled. Even the bull gator's bellows stopped like a hand had pressed against the swamp's throat. In their place came a sound I knew too well, a sound that belongs to daytime and men at work, the roar of an airboat engine. Airboats are part of life here. They're wide, flat-bottomed vessels with fans that scream behind them, meant for skimming the marsh. I'd been on dozens as a kid, fishing trips, tours, even rescues. But the noise they make is unmistakable, like a chainsaw mated with a hurricane. It carries for miles. And when I heard it that night, my first thought was simple. No one runs airboats after dark. Not out here. Not where the water hides stumps and gators and the ridges of land that will flip you end over end if you can't see them. It didn't make sense. Still, I sat there with my spoon frozen, listening to the sound rise and fall as if circling slow and wide around where I camped. I told myself it was just a late fisherman, someone pushing their luck. Maybe a guide who'd stayed out too long with tourists and was running back late. The Everglades can play tricks with sound, bouncing it over the water so it feels closer than it is. I forced myself to eat, to pretend I believed that, but my ears tracked every whine of that motor. It didn't fade. It didn't move away. It grew sharper, angrier, like a hornet that had found its way inside your shirt. By the time I doused my lantern, the roar was so near I could feel it trembling through the metal skin of my Volkswagen. I sat in the driver's seat, staring out through the windshield, waiting to see a floodlight sweep across the clearing. Instead, what came was worse. Out from the blackness of the swamp, the outline of an airboat slid into view, flat, wide, the cage of its fan catching the faint starlight. Its engine screamed like a live thing, and the churn of water under it sent ripples slapping against the shore. It glided past just 20 feet from where I sat frozen, and no one was driving it. There was no pilot standing at the back. No figure steering the rudder, no fisherman crouched with a flashlight. The seats were empty, slick with swamp mist, shining pale as bone, and yet the boat held its line, steady, circling, as though guided by a hand I couldn't see. I remember my chest tightening, my lungs stalling, like the swamp itself was pressing against me, waiting to see if I'd scream. I didn't. I couldn't. I just watched as it drifted past the clearing, the motor howling at the night, and then slid back into the darkness beyond the reeds. The silence that followed was even worse. The swamp held its breath with me. No frogs, no crickets, no gators, just my own pulse pounding in my ears. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that the fog and the night had played a trick on me. But I couldn't lie to myself. I'd seen the glistening rails of that empty boat, the cage of the fan shining like a rib cage under the stars. I'd felt the vibration in my own teeth. I don't know how long I sat there. My hands were still on the steering wheel, though I hadn't started the engine. I was caught in some paralysis between running and staying put, between disbelief and raw terror. Then, far off, the roar came again. Louder this time, straighter. The airboat was coming back. That was when the fear really set in. Not the fear of what I'd seen, but the fear of what it meant. Machines don't run themselves, not out here. Not where water swallows steel and vines eat engines. If no one was piloting that boat, something else was. And whatever it was, it wanted me to hear it circle again. I ducked lower in the seat, the way a child hides from lightning under a blanket. My breath fogged the glass as the roar built and built, until it screamed directly outside the van again. The engine blared, holding in place, rattling my entire world. And then, just as quickly, it cut out. Dead silence. It was worse than the roar. It was worse than the sight of that empty boat, because it meant the thing that carried it, whatever unseen hand had brought it screaming through the swamp, had stopped. And when the swamp goes quiet, it's because something is close enough to touch you. I sat in the dark, sweat pooling under my shirt, my own breath suddenly too loud. The smell of gasoline and swamp water drifted in, sharp and raw, though the boat had gone. It clung to me, seeping into my van, making the hairs on my arms rise. The Everglades never smell like that, not at night, not here. It was the smell of the boat, of its wake, soaking into my lungs as if it had passed through me. And in that moment, I understood something I never wanted to. The swamp doesn't always give back what it takes. Sometimes it lets its dead drive again. I told myself not to panic, not yet. I pressed my palms against the steering wheel, trying to ground myself, to feel something solid, something mechanical and known beneath my skin. My Volkswagen wasn't much, but it was mine, and it obeyed only me. That thought was supposed to steady me, supposed to remind me that I wasn't powerless. But even as I whispered that to myself, even as I breathed slow to keep my chest from heaving too fast, I heard it again. The distant churn of that motor, faint at first, then swelling like a storm gathering strength on the horizon. It was circling wider now. I couldn't see it, not yet, but I could trace its path by the way the sound bent across the water. The swamp has a way of playing tricks with distance. You think something is miles off until it's suddenly right in front of you. The airboat's scream kept disappearing into silence, then rising again from another direction, unpredictable, like a predator pacing just beyond the firelight. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe I'd missed the figure. Maybe someone had crouched low, hidden by the boat's cage or shadow. I thought of poachers, men who cut through the marsh by night, spotlighting deer or gators, always looking over their shoulder for the ranger's badge. They'd keep their lights off. They'd circle a camp to scare someone off. That made sense, didn't it? I clung to the idea like a rope thrown into quicksand. Yes, it had to be poachers. A human threat was something I could understand. A human threat was something I could fight or flee from or report. But then why was the swamp still silent? Why hadn't the frogs started their chorus again? Why did the air smell like gasoline even when the motor was gone? Why did the night itself feel like it was holding its breath? I shifted in the seat and realized my hand was trembling on the gear shift. I didn't want to admit it, but my body already knew. Something wasn't right. I'd grown up out here, spent nights sleeping under mosquito nets, spent mornings gutting fish with my father as the mist lifted off the water. I knew the difference between danger and trickery, between stories told to scare kids and things that really lived in the glades. The Everglades don't go silent unless they're listening, and they were listening now, to me. The sound swelled again, closer, sharper. I ducked lower until my cheek pressed against the cool vinyl of the seat. My headlights were off, my lantern cold, my van nothing but a dark lump in a darker swamp. I prayed whoever was driving, or whatever was driving, wouldn't see me. My heart tried to hammer through my ribs when the cage of that fan gleamed between the trees again. It came faster this time, almost reckless, bouncing spray into the air. The motor screamed as if redlined, furious, too loud for any man to bear sitting behind it. And yet the seats were empty again. I saw them with my own eyes. Empty but wet, gleaming like something had passed through them, left them slick as though sweat or swamp water had seeped into every seam. The boat cut close, so close the churn of its wake rocked the van where it sat, on solid ground. The swamp water slapped against my tires, the smell of gas choking me. Then, just as before, it slid past, curving into the black until the roar dulled and faded. I should have driven off right then, should have turned the key, slammed into gear, and gunned it down the trail. But the Everglades aren't roads. They're veins of water, dirt paths that twist, double back, vanish under mud. In the dark, one wrong turn would bury my van axle deep. I'd be stuck here with nothing but my headlights to paint me a target. No, the safest choice was to stay put, stay dark, and hope whatever circled me lost interest. But I couldn't shake the image of those wet, gleaming seats. I kept asking myself, if it wasn't a man, what was it? If no one sat there, what forced the throttle wide? What steered the rudder so steady? A machine doesn't run itself. Not out here. Not where vines creep into carburetors overnight. I sat with my knees drawn up, forehead resting against the wheel, and I tried to remember every story I'd ever heard about this place. My father had told me once about a search party, hunters gone missing, their airboat found drifting miles from where they'd last been seen. No bodies, no sign of struggle, just the boat, circling on its own, the fan cage rattling in the wind. He'd laughed it off when I was a boy, said maybe they'd just fallen overboard, drunk or unlucky. But his eyes hadn't matched his tone. I remembered that now. I remembered how quickly he'd moved on to another story, as though saying too much would give it power. The roar rose again. My head snapped up. It was closer than ever, and this time it didn't pass by. It slowed. The motor throttled down into a low, grumbling idle, the kind that rattles in your chest like thunder held on a leash. The sound hovered outside my camp, just beyond the trees. I could almost feel the fan blowing faint gusts through the branches, hear the splash of its hull rocking in shallow water. But it didn't move. It was waiting. My throat dried out so fast I couldn't swallow. My hand crept to the ignition, but I stopped short. I knew in my bones that if I started my engine now, if I lit up the swamp with my headlights, whatever sat in that airboat would know I was here. My only hope was to keep still, keep stop short, and pray it drifted away. But then came the sound that broke me. Over the low growl of the motor, faint at first but rising, came a splash, then another. Heavy, deliberate, like boots stepping into shallow water. I froze, every muscle locking, ears straining. The motor kept idling, but the splashes grew louder, closer. Something was leaving that boat. I don't remember reaching for my knife, but suddenly it was in my hand, the blade dull with years of use, laughably small against the dread that filled me. The splashes reached the shore. Then came the crunch of mud, slow, deliberate steps, each one squelching closer to where my van sat, hidden in the brush. I wanted to tell myself it was a man. I wanted to cling to that. A man I could see, a man I could confront, a man whose intentions I could measure. But deep down, I knew better. I knew by the way the swamp stayed silent, by the way the air pressed against my chest, by the way every instinct I had screamed at me that this was not something born to walk on two legs. The steps stopped, right outside, just feet from my van. The air smelled of gasoline and rot, sharp enough to sting my eyes. My lungs refused to move, terrified even breath might give me away. And then, slow and steady, came the scrape. Fingernails or claws dragging along the metal side of my van. Long, deliberate, a line etched into the paint, singing in the silence like a warning. I didn't move. Couldn't. The scrape dragged across the whole length of the van, from the back to the driver's door, stopping right beside me. The silence after was worse than the sound itself. It meant whatever stood there knew exactly where I was sitting. And then, through the thin steel of the door, came the sound I'll never forget. A breath. Long. Wet. As though the swamp itself had leaned close, pressed its mouth to the metal, and exhaled into my ear. My hands shook so hard the knife clattered to the floor. I didn't dare pick it up, didn't dare move, because I realized then that whatever had come out of that airboat wasn't leaving. It was waiting for me to step outside. The breath at my door lingered, hot and wet, as if the van itself had lungs. My skin prickled, every pore tightening, every hair standing straight as though my body wanted to rip itself out of me and run. But I didn't move. I couldn't. I was caught in that paralysis where fear becomes heavier than muscle, where even the thought of shifting a finger feels like it will give you away. Then came the second scrape, lighter this time, slow, wandering, tracing a curve along the door's edge like someone dragging a fingernail along a coffin lid. I shut my eyes and pressed my forehead against the steering wheel. I told myself it wasn't real, that I was tired, that the swamp's sounds could twist into illusions. But the vibration was real. I felt it through the door, through the wheel, through my skull. Something was there, touching the metal between me and the night. The airboat's motor idled somewhere out in the reeds, low and rumbling, as if the swamp itself was holding its breath. I could almost picture it, the empty boat rocking gently, waiting like a beast with no heart but endless hunger. And here, beside me, the unseen thing that had stepped from it, scraping its mark into my door as though reminding me I wasn't hidden. I wanted to look. God help me. Some part of me wanted to fling open the door, shove a flashlight in its face and prove to myself it was just a man, just some swamp rat playing tricks. But deeper than that urge was another, an older, colder instinct that whispered, "Don't look. Don't you dare look, because if you see it, it sees you." So I stayed, still, silent, listening. The scrape stopped. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the breath shifted, lifting, as though the thing outside the van had leaned upward, pressing its unseen face toward the window. My reflection in the glass wavered, dim in the starlight, as if something else hovered just beyond it, watching. And then, tap, 1, 2, 3. Knuckles, or something like them, rapped softly against the glass. Gentle, polite, like someone asking to come in. My heart nearly ripped out of me. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek just to stop a sound from escaping. Tap, Tap! The knocking came again, rhythm steady, deliberate, as if whoever or whatever stood outside knew I was there, knew I could hear, and wanted me to answer. I gripped the wheel until my hands cramped, my breath rasped hot against the glass. I counted the beats of my heart, waiting for it to stop. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was so complete it roared. I strained to hear any shift of weight, any squelch of footsteps back toward the water. Nothing. My body ached with the need to move, to do something. I reached slowly, carefully for the ignition. My fingertips grazed the keys. But the second I brushed them, the motor outside roared back to life, a violent scream that rattled every bone in my body. The airboat hadn't drifted off. It was still there, waiting. And when I tried to flee, it answered. I froze, hand hovering over the keys. The motor wailed, then throttled higher, the fan screaming like it was tearing the night open. Water splashed, heavy and wild, as though the boat spun in place just beyond the trees. The sound built until it felt like it was inside the van, inside my chest, my skull, shaking my thoughts apart. Then, silence. Again. The swamp was still. My ears rang in the void it left. And then I heard it. The wet squelch of footsteps circling the van. Slow, deliberate, dragging mud and water in a ring around me as though marking territory. The weight of each step pressed into the earth, heavy enough I felt it in my seat. The sound circled once, twice, then stopped. The door handle beside me rattled. I nearly screamed. My hands shot to the handle, holding it in place as if my grip mattered against whatever strength pressed from the outside. The metal lever wiggled, up and down, again and again. Slow, patient, like the thing outside wasn't trying to break in, it was testing, and then it stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable. I sat there, gripping the handle, my whole body rigid until the sweat ran down my temples and dripped into my eyes. Every second felt stretched thin as wire. I don't know how long it lasted, minutes, hours. But at last, faint and distant, I heard it, the motor rising again. The airboat's scream pulling away into the swamp, fading until it became nothing but an echo across the water. I sat there long after it was gone, afraid to move, afraid it was a trick. When I finally dared to breathe deep again, the frogs croaked once, tentative, like children testing a dark room. Then the cicadas joined. Then the gators bellowed from far off. The swamp's voice returned, cautious at first, then steady. Only then did I release the door handle, my hands aching, my breath shallow. My van smelled of gasoline and rot, the stink so strong I gagged. I wiped sweat from my face and told myself it was over. Whatever had come ashore had left. Whatever haunted that airboat was gone. But I didn't believe it. I sat with my knife on my lap, too afraid to lie down, too afraid to start the engine as the swamp's chorus played on around me. Every frog croak sounded like it carried a warning. Every insect's drone felt like a countdown. The smell lingered, thick and oily, seeping into my clothes, my hair, the upholstery. It was inside me. And sometime, hours later, as the first pale light of dawn touched the sawgrass, I realized something that froze me all over again. The scrape across my van's side. I hadn't looked at it. I didn't want to. But in that thin dawn glow, when the world was soft and gray, I saw it, 5 long gouges, deep and wet, dragged from the rear bumper to the driver's door, like the fingers of something that had wanted in. I stared at those gouges in the morning light, 5 raw lines glistening like they'd been carved just moments before. The paint curled at the edges, exposing bright metal that seemed too clean, too new for an old Volkswagen like mine. I could have convinced myself the night had been a dream, some fever of swamp gas and nerves, but those marks, those were undeniable. Evidence. Proof. My first instinct was to leave, just start the engine and drive, no matter if the road was nothing more than mud and broken trail. But fear tangled itself around my thoughts. What if it was still out there? What if the thing wasn't bound to the airboat at all? What if it was walking somewhere beyond the sawgrass, waiting for me to panic, waiting for me to bolt so it could follow? The swamp seemed unchanged in the daylight. Open sky painted in soft gray, mist curling above the water, herons stalking with their thin legs like needles. but I didn't trust it anymore. Every ripple in the water, every sway of the grass felt too deliberate, too heavy with meaning. And the smell, it hadn't gone. Gasoline. Thick and sour, hanging in the damp morning like a fog no sun could burn away. I packed quickly, shoving my stove, lantern, and gear back into bins without thought, every sound of metal clatter, too sharp, like it might summon that unseen presence again. My hands shook so hard I dropped my knife twice before finally tucking it into the driver's seat beside me. I started the engine, wincing at how loud it was, how it broke the fragile peace of dawn. The van rumbled forward, tires biting into the dirt trail. The swamp stretched endless around me, flat water and sawgrass shimmering with dew. I told myself to keep moving, to get back to the main road, to see another human face. Every turn of the wheels felt like it pushed me further from whatever had stalked me. But 10 minutes in, the sound came back. At first it was so faint I thought it was memory, the way a song lingers long after you've turned it off. But it grew, rising above the engine of my van, threading through the air with that high, furious scream. The airboat. Again. I gripped the wheel tighter, eyes darting to the mirrors. The swamp behind me shimmered with heat and light. But there in the distance, a white plume of spray, a fan cage catching the sun. The boat, cutting fast through the water, angling toward me, my stomach turned cold. How could it follow? There were no canals that paralleled this dirt road, no open water that led this way. But the sound grew louder, closer, until it seemed to come from all sides. The van jolted over a rut, nearly throwing me against the wheel. My hands were slick with sweat, palms sliding. The road narrowed, choked with reeds and vines, but I couldn't slow down, couldn't stop. Behind me, the roar swelled, a predator's cry closing in. Then, out of nowhere, the airboat cut across the trail ahead of me. I slammed the brakes. The van skidded, tires screaming, mud spraying across the windshield. I stopped just short of the water where the boat had burst through. It rocked gently, fan cage dripping, its motor idling with that bone-rattling growl. The seats shone empty, slick and wet, sunlight flashing off the puddled water that shouldn't have been there. It had cut me off. My chest locked tight. I shifted into reverse, gunning it, but the road behind me had flooded. Water sloshed where moments ago there'd been dry dirt. My tires spun, mud spraying, the van lurching and sliding, but not catching. I looked forward again and froze. The airboat had moved. Not by drifting, not by accident. It had slid closer, blocking the trail completely, its fan whining louder, its motor screaming like rage. Water churned around it, though it sat still, as if the swamp beneath it boiled. I threw the van back into gear and cranked the wheel, trying to force a path through the reeds to the side. The van groaned, branches clawing at its sides, but the ground softened, sank. My tires chewed deeper, spinning water. The swamp was swallowing me. And over it all, the airboat's howl. I slammed my fists against the wheel, panic rising sharp and hot in my throat. I had no path forward, no path back. The swamp itself seemed to have closed its jaws around me. Then, above the engine's scream, came that other sound. Footsteps. Heavy, wet, deliberate. I snapped my head to the side window. There in the reeds, water rippled outward with each step. But nothing broke the surface. No figure. No man. Just the water pulsing as if something huge walked beneath it, pacing toward the van. The fan cage of the boat rattled. The smell of gasoline surged, overwhelming, burning my nose, seeping into my throat. My eyes watered, blinding me. And then came the scrape again, this time along the passenger side, long, low, deliberate. The van shook under it. I fumbled for my knife, the blade small and pitiful in my grip. My lungs heaved, each breath tasting of oil and rot. The scrape dragged closer to the driver's door. Then, silence. The motor cut out. Dead. The swamp went mute. Even the air seemed to stop moving, and in that silence came a voice, not outside, not in the reeds, but inside the van. Right behind me. Low, wet, a whisper that slithered down my spine. Get out. My body locked. The knife slipped from my hand and clattered against the floor. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My mind screamed at me to turn, to look, to prove there was nothing there. But instinct, The same instinct that had kept me alive this long told me if I looked, it would mean the end. The whisper came again, closer, right at my ear. Get out. My hand shot to the ignition. I twisted hard, grinding the key. The van roared, coughing, wheels spinning mud. I didn't care if I buried it axle deep. I couldn't stay here. My foot slammed the accelerator, the van lurching, clawing forward. Somehow, impossibly, the road opened just enough, dirt firming beneath my tires. The airboat didn't move. It sat in the trail, silent, fan cage dripping, empty seats gleaming in the morning sun. But I didn't look at it again. I kept my eyes locked forward, knuckles white, as the van jolted free and the swamp seemed to part in front of me. Behind me, faint but clear, the motor screamed back to life. It followed. The scream of that motor grew sharper, chasing me down the trail, a sound that clawed through steel and bone alike. My van rattled, every loose screw vibrating, windows trembling in their frames. I gripped the wheel like it was the only anchor left in the world, eyes locked on the dirt path, cutting through the swamp. The road wasn't steady. Mud ruts pulled at the tires, sawgrass whipped the mirrors, and every dip threatened to sink me. But I couldn't ease off the accelerator. If I slowed, if I faltered, that roar would swallow me whole. The Everglades opened and closed around me like a living labyrinth. Cypress knees jutted from the water, roots curling like knuckled hands reaching up to trip me. The sawgrass leaned inward, bending against the passage of the van like it wanted to seal me inside. My headlights flickered uselessly in the dawn mist, and through that pale haze I kept catching flashes. White spray arcing high, a fan cage spinning, empty seats glinting. The airboat wasn't chasing me on water anymore. It was keeping pace across flooded patches, sliding through terrain it shouldn't have touched, moving faster than I could accept. Every time I thought I'd shaken it, the roar swung close again, blaring in my left ear, then my right, circling like a vulture. The sound bent distance until I couldn't tell if it was behind me, beside me, or inside me. The stench of gasoline grew thicker, choking the air until it filled my lungs with fire. I pressed harder on the pedal, veins buzzing with adrenaline. The van shuddered, threatening to tear itself apart. The windshield fogged with my breath, slick with swamp damp that refused to clear. My fingers cramped on the wheel. Then, through the mist ahead, the trail split. Left, a narrow track, thick with roots and shadow. Right, a low dip where the road slumped into shallow water. Neither looked promising, but the roar swelled so suddenly behind me that I didn't think. I just cranked the wheel right. The van plunged, tires hissing as water sprayed up over the hood. I felt the whole body sink, groaning, water slapping at the undercarriage. My stomach flipped, too deep, too soft. If I stuck here, it was over, but somehow the tires caught, spun, dug deep. The van lurched forward, clawing its way through the muck like a drowning thing fighting for one last breath. I screamed through clenched teeth, not words, just raw sound forcing the machine forward. The wheel jerked in my hands. The gas pedal shook under my foot. I thought of my father's warnings. Never take the van off the dry tracks. You'll never get it back out. I forced it anyway, because behind me that roar split the air. It didn't matter that the water was shallow, that it was too narrow for an airboat. The sound was there, barreling down the same path I'd taken. I didn't dare look back, but I felt it. The churn of water, the pulse of the swamp beating harder, closer, like something massive bore down on me unseen. The van broke free of the waterlogged dip, launching up onto firmer ground. The impact rattled my teeth, nearly snapping the wheel out of my hands, but I kept it steady, kept pushing. The dirt track narrowed, trees crowding close. Branches scraped the roof, screeching like claws. My headlights bounced wild shadows across the trunks, making them twist, lurch, seem alive. And then came the sound I feared most. Not the roar of the engine, not the scrape of branches, but the knock on the roof. 3 steady raps, clear as a hand striking steel. My chest froze. The wheel wavered in my grip. Something was on top of the van. I swerved, fishtailing, trying to throw it off, but the knocking came again, louder this time. Then a long drag, like fingers trailing across the roof. The van rocked, suspension squealing as weight shifted above me. I pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine howled, gears grinding, and the whole vehicle shook as though it might tear itself apart. Branches whipped across the windshield. Mud splattered the glass. And still above me, something crawled. Slow. Steady. I risked a glance in the rearview. The airboat followed in the distance, but its seats were not empty this time. Something sat in them. I caught only a glimpse before my eyes snapped forward again, but it was enough. A shape slumped in the driver's seat, head bowed forward, arms limp at its sides. Water poured off it in streams, soaking the cushions. Its skin gleamed pale, slick, too smooth to be alive, and yet its head lifted, slow and broken, turning toward me. Even from that distance, I felt the weight of its gaze. The knock on my roof came again, as though an answer. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound, and jerked the wheel hard. The van slammed through a tangle of reeds, jolting onto another narrow trail. The thing on the roof shifted, sliding toward the edge. I swerved again, harder, until the whole van bucked like a bronco. At last, with a final scrape, the weight slid off, crashing into the brush with a splash that sent water spraying high. I didn't wait to see if it rose again. The van tore forward, rattling, screaming, mud spraying from its tires. My arms burned, my lungs seared, but I couldn't stop, couldn't think, only drive. The airboat's roar faded, distant now, though not gone. I could still feel it vibrating through the swamp, circling wide, hunting. But for the moment, just the moment, I had a lead. My eyes burned with tears, salt and swamp mist stinging. My throat ached raw from gas fumes. My body trembled with exhaustion, but I couldn't rest. Not until I found the highway. Not until I saw another soul. Not until the swamp behind me was gone. The trail narrowed again, curving sharp between two rows of cypress trees. The light through the canopy shifted, brightening, widening, and then, suddenly, road. Real road. Asphalt cracked with weeds, but solid, dry, stretching east and west under the dawn. I burst onto it, the van skidding, tires screaming as they found purchase. My chest heaved, relief crashing into me like a wave. I had made it out. I had escaped. But as I slowed, gasping, trembling, a sound drifted faintly across the morning air. Not the roar of the airboat, not the scrape, not the knock, but the whisper. Carried on the wind, soft and wet, so faint I might have imagined it. Get out. And I realized then, escape was only the first step. The Everglades weren't done with me yet. The blacktop stretched ahead like salvation, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking on the wheel. Asphalt under my tires should have meant safety, should have meant distance from that swamp, from the boat, from the whisper that had crawled inside my ears and stayed there. Yet I couldn't stop hearing it. Get out. The words clung to me the way gasoline clung to my clothes, sour and heavy, soaking deep into the fibers of my mind. The highway was empty, washed pale by dawn, bordered by endless sawgrass that shifted and hissed in the wind. No headlights, no other cars, just me and the echo of what I'd fled. I pressed the pedal harder, urging the van to eat the miles, desperate to put more distance between myself and that choking marsh. The speedometer needle shook past 60, 70, rattling in protest, but still I pushed, lungs aching, throat raw. And yet, every time I glanced into the mirror, I expected to see it. The airboat. Its flat hull skimming down the asphalt as though the swamp had followed me, its fans screaming, its seats dripping, its faceless pilot raising its head. I saw nothing but open road. But the sound of that motor buzzed faintly in my ears like tinnitus, impossible to shake, vibrating behind my eyes. I rolled down the window, gulping air, trying to force it out of my head. Wind whipped my hair, cooling the sweat that clung to my skin. The swamp stench clung tighter, gasoline and brine, as though it had seeped into my flesh. Mile after mile unspooled, but the relief I thought I'd find on the highway never came. My body hummed with exhaustion, nerves stretched thin as fishing line. My eyes burned. Every shadow in the ditch looked like something crouched, waiting. Every road sign seemed to tilt, warped by sleeplessness and fear. Then I saw it, the first town. A cluster of weathered buildings, gas station signs, a diner with neon lights still buzzing from the night. Civilization. People. Proof that the world beyond the swamp still existed. Eyes slowed, pulling the van toward the first gas station, heart pounding with hope. The lot was empty, save for one rusted pickup parked by the pumps. Its windows were clouded with dew, its paint flaking. No one sat inside, no attendant waited by the register booth. Still, I rolled to a stop, killed the engine, and sat there gripping the wheel. The silence pressed down hard. I forced myself to open the door, the metal squealing as if resisting me. The morning air hit damp and sour, thick with that same gasoline stench. I gagged, clutching my shirt over my nose. The smell was stronger here, stronger than in the swamp, as though it had followed me, grown. I circled the van, eyes darting to the gouges carved deep into the side. In daylight, they looked worse. 5 perfect furrows, each one nearly identical, cut with inhuman precision. Water still clung in beads along the grooves, dripping slowly, feeding the dark streaks down the paint. I touched one with my fingertip, and it came away slick, not with dew, but with oil. My stomach turned. I staggered back, nearly colliding with the pump. The concrete beneath me was wet, though no rain had fallen. A dark slick spread from beneath the van, spreading wider with each second. I dropped to my knees and peered under. Water, not coolant, not oil. Swamp water, seeping steady from the undercarriage, pooling around my boots. It reeked of brine and gasoline, a stench so sharp it burned my nose. The van hadn't left the swamp. The swamp had come with me. I scrambled to my feet, heart pounding in my throat, and fumbled with the pump, desperate to anchor myself in something normal. Gasoline. A fill-up. A simple act to prove I was still in the world I knew. I shoved the nozzle into the tank and pulled the lever. The pump clunked once, then fell silent. No gas flowed. I stared, willing it to work, gripping the handle until my knuckles whitened. But the pump stayed dead, the digital readout flickering blank. Then I heard it, a knock, not on the van, from the inside, from the cargo area behind me. I froze, the nozzle slipping from my hand. The hose clattered against the concrete, spraying nothing. My breath came shallow as the knock came again, 3 slow raps against the metal from inside my own van. I had locked those doors. I remembered locking them. I remembered checking them twice. My throat closed, panic roaring in my ears. I turned slow, every muscle stiff, and walked toward the rear. My boots splashed in the spreading swamp water, the sound too loud, too final in the silence. The gouges in the van's side seemed deeper here, the metal groaning faintly as though something pressed against it from the inside. I stopped at the rear doors. The lock gleamed, shut. My reflection stared back, pale and trembling in the glass. Then the whisper came, not from behind the door, from inside my head. "Get out!" The voice slid through my skull, wet and cold, coiling behind my eyes. My knees buckled. I pressed my palms against the steel just to keep upright. The surface throbbed under my touch, warm, as though the van itself had a heartbeat. And then through the glass I saw movement. Not clear, not whole, just the faintest shape pressed against the condensation, pale fingers sliding along the inside of the window. 5 of them, long, thin, tracing upward as if reaching for me. I stumbled back, nearly falling. My hands struck the pump, sending a hollow clang through the lot. My eyes darted around, desperate for another person, another witness. But the town was silent, windows dark. Streets empty, not a soul stirred. The van's windows fogged thicker, as though breath filled the inside. My own breath came ragged, shallow. The voice whispered again, softer now, coaxing, "Get out!" And in that moment, I understood something that froze me harder than fear ever had. It wasn't telling me to leave the van. It was telling me to leave myself. I staggered away from the van, boots splashing in the slick that shouldn't have been there, my chest heaving as though the swamp had crept inside my lungs. The lot was too quiet. No birds, no wind, not even the faint hum of power lines. Just the whisper still uncoiling in my head, urging me, tugging at me with each syllable. Get out. The van loomed behind me, a thing I no longer recognized. The vehicle that had carried me through 100 camping trips that had been my shelter and my pride now looked like a carcass. The gouges on its side seemed deeper in the gray morning. Not scratches but wounds, bleeding black water that pooled and spread. The windows pulsed faintly with fog, breath on the inside where no one should have been. I told myself to run, to leave it behind and find another road, another soul, another place untouched by the swamp. But my feet wouldn't move. Fear rooted me. Or maybe the swamp had already claimed me, and the van was just the vessel it had chosen to carry me back. My father's voice rose in my memory, a fragment from childhood, spoken low one night on the water. The glades keep what they want. You can leave the swamp, boy, but the swamp don't always leave you. Back then I'd laughed, thought it nothing more than campfire lore. Now those words pressed in like a noose. The knock came again, from inside the van, louder this time. I jerked toward it despite myself, every nerve screaming not to. Through the fogged glass, a handprint bloomed, 5 fingers, pale, too long, pressing outward until the skin seemed ready to push through. My throat closed, my vision tunneled, and I stumbled backward into the rusted pickup. The metal was cold, real, grounding, but when I grabbed the handle, it didn't budge. Locked. I slammed my fists against the window. Help! My voice cracked, raw, carrying out across the silent town. No answer. Only the drip of swamp water from the van, steady as a clock. The handprint dragged downward, slow, smearing condensation into long streaks. I knew if I stood here, if I waited, that hand would keep pressing until it opened something. Door. Steel or me. Desperation drove me back to the driver's door. I yanked it open, gagging as the stench of gasoline rolled out like a living thing. The cab was empty, knife still on the seat, keys still in the ignition. For one heartbeat, relief sparked, proof that nothing sat behind the wheel but me. Then I heard the breath, not outside, not behind the van this time, but under my seat. A wet exhale vibrating through the metal, crawling up into my bones. I let back so fast my boots slipped, and I hit the ground hard, palms smacking concrete. Pain shot up my arms, but I didn't care. My eyes locked on the space beneath the van. Dark. Shimmering. Something moved there, a ripple like water, but no water should have been. The swamp itself was bleeding through, carrying something with it. I crawled backward, gasping, until my spine struck the locked door of the pickup. The van sat before me, dripping, groaning as though settling under some invisible weight. Then the engine coughed. Once. Twice. The key still sat in the ignition, untouched by me. Yet the van turned over, shuddered, roared to life. My breath came shallow. I couldn't move. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. The headlights flared on, 2 pale beams that cut through the mist and caught me full in their glare. Blinding. Targeting. The van idled steady like it was waiting for me. The gouges down its side glistened, water running fresh. The handprint on the glass pulsed, each throb like a heartbeat. And then, beneath the rumble of the engine, faint but clear, the whisper slid through the air again. Get out. But it didn't sound like one voice anymore. It sounded like many, layered. Men, women, children, all tangled together, all urging, all drowning in the same swamp. The headlights flared brighter, washing the lot in harsh white. The engine revved, tires twitching as though eager to lunge. My body refused to respond, terror pinning me in place. Then the van's horn blared, sudden and violent, a scream of metal that shattered the silence. My paralysis broke. I scrambled to my feet and ran, sprinting across the cracked pavement toward the diner, by its neon sign flickering weakly. My boots slapped against wet concrete, my chest heaving, heart pounding like a drum in my skull. I hit the diner's door and shoved. It opened too easily, swinging wide with a groan. I stumbled inside, desperate for light, for people, for anything. The neon buzzed overhead, a harsh electric hum, but the booth sat empty, tables clean but abandoned. A coffee pot steamed faintly on the counter, half full, as though someone had just poured a cup. But there was no one here. The smell of gasoline seeped in through the open door, chasing me. I slammed it shut, pressing my back against it, trembling. The diner lights flickered, dimmed, brightened again. And then, from the kitchen, a sound. Not footsteps, not dishes. The steady, unmistakable roar of an engine. I froze, breath caught in my throat. My eyes darted to the swinging door behind the counter. It rattled once, twice, as though something pressed against it from the other side. and then faint and wet seeping through the seams. Get out. The whisper crawled through the kitchen door like steam leaking from a cracked pipe. Soft, wet, patient. My back pressed hard against the diner's entrance, my palms slick against the glass. My breath fogged in short bursts as if the air itself had thickened. I wanted to bolt back outside, but the thought of those headlights waiting in the lot froze me harder than staying put. The van wasn't mine anymore. It belonged to something else. The swinging kitchen door creaked. Just a little. Just enough to show the dim light beyond shifting with movement. I strained to hear, hoping for the clatter of a dish, a chair scraping, anything human, but all I heard was the low, rumbling cough of an engine idling somewhere it had no right to be. A motor in a kitchen, a fan's scream faint under it, the sound of water dripping on tile, steady as a metronome. The diner's neon light flickered, buzzing, dimming, until the whole room swam in pale pink shadows. Every surface gleamed faintly, slick as though mist had crept inside. I took a step back, boot heel squeaking on the linoleum. The sound echoed too loud. The kitchen door shuttered again, a knock this time. Not against glass or steel, but wood. Slow. 3 beats. I swallowed hard, throat dry, and found myself whispering, "No, no, not here." My voice sounded small, useless against the weight pressing in. The door swung wider, just an inch, and something slid through the gap. Not a hand. Not a face. A smear of swamp water. It spread across the floor, dark, oily, laced with threads of grass. It kept coming, pooling out, reaching for the booths and counter. The smell hit next, gasoline and brine, sharp enough to burn. I stumbled sideways, clutching at the counter, my fingers closing around a cold mug someone had left behind. The coffee inside was still warm. That meant someone had been here. Someone normal. But where were they now? The puddle widened, crawling toward me. I scrambled behind the counter, grabbing the first thing I saw, an iron skillet, heavy and slick with old grease. My hands trembled so bad I nearly dropped it, but I held it high, a ridiculous shield against whatever was seeping into this place. The motor's growl deepened, louder now, as though the kitchen itself was filling with a machine. The swinging door banged open wider, and through the gap came light. The glare of headlights, blinding and wrong, cutting through steam and shadow. I raised the skillet as if it mattered, as if it could stop anything, and whispered, "Stay back." The whisper answered from the light, wet and layered. "Get out." The puddle surged, spreading fast, climbing the counter legs, soaking my boots. I yelped, the cold searing into my skin like frostbite, though it was wet and swamp warm. I leapt up onto the counter, clutching the skillet tighter, heart thundering so loud it drowned thought. The headlights swept across the diner, spilling long shadows across empty booths. In that blinding wash, shapes flickered. People. Dozens of them. Slumped in the seats, heads bowed, skin glistening pale, dripping, their faces hidden by shadow, their clothes clinging wet to their frames. I blinked hard and they vanished. Empty booths again, just light and mist. The motor roared. The diner shook, glasses rattling in their racks, plates clattering against one another. My ears rang. My balance faltered. I felt like the swamp itself was surging up through the tile, dragging its black heart into this place. I screamed, not in words but pure panic, and hurled the skillet through the kitchen door. It clanged against something solid, sparks flying as though it had struck steel. The motor cut out instantly. Silence. I crouched on the counter, chest heaving, eyes darting everywhere. The puddle stopped spreading. The neon buzzed faintly. For one breath, maybe two, it felt like I had broken whatever spell had claimed this place. Then the whisper came again, but not from the kitchen, from behind me. I whipped around, every muscle taut. The diner door I had come through, the one I had slammed shut, stood wide open. Mist drifted in, and in the lot beyond, my van idled, headlights blazing, engine purring steady. Its door hung open, just a crack as if inviting me back inside. I shook my head violently. "No, you're not mine. You're not." My voice broke. Tears stung my eyes, hot against skin still cold from swamp water. The whisper slid closer, threading through my skull, sweet as a lullaby now. "Get out. Come out. Get out." The booths flickered again, shapes slumped in every one, faces this time, faces bloated and pale, eyes staring, mouths open as though still screaming water. Each of them turned their head toward me in unison. I bolted. I leapt from the counter, hit the tile hard, and sprinted for the back hallway. My boots splashed through puddles that hadn't been there a second ago. The hallway stretched long, too long, longer than it should have been. Doors lined the walls, all shut, all wrong. The diner wasn't this big. But I couldn't stop, couldn't think. Behind me, the roar surged again, engines screaming, fan rattling, glass shattering as headlights blew out the diner windows. The whisper chased me, louder, layered with dozens of voices, hundreds, all chanting the same two words. Get out. Get out. Get out. I slammed through a door at random, desperate, and stumbled into darkness. The floor squelched under me, the air thickened with fog. I wasn't in the diner anymore. The swamp spread endless before me, water black and still, sawgrass hissing in windless air. My van sat in the clearing ahead, gleaming wet, gouges shining fresh in the starlight. Its headlights were dark, but inside, behind the fog glass, pale figures shifted. Waiting. I fell to my knees in the mud, choking on gasoline fumes, tears cutting hot streaks down my face. I understood then, running was an escape. There was no outside. The swamp had folded itself around me, carried me wherever it wanted. The diner, the town, the road, all of it just skin over the same black water. The fan screamed to life. The boat rose from the reeds, sliding forward without a pilot. Its seats glistened, its cage rattled, and as it circled closer, the whisper became a single voice again. Low, wet, patient, right behind my ear. It's your turn. I didn't stand, I didn't turn, I didn't breathe. The words slid along my jaw like cold fingers, and the swamp pressed close enough to feel the weight of it on my back. It's your turn. I knew what it meant before I admitted it. I had seen the boat circle without a pilot, had watched it cut me off on the trail, had heard the breath at my door and the knuckles on my glass. I had run to a road, a town, a diner that wasn't a diner, and every door had led back here. There wasn't anywhere left to hide. The only way out was through the thing that hunted me. The only way to stop the circling was to take the helm. I rose slow, knees sinking in muck. The sawgrass hissed without wind. A belt of stars burned hard and close, too bright for dawn, too far for help. The airboat drifted in, fan cage humming just enough to vibrate the water, like a big cat purring before the bite. Its seats shined with a wet film that wasn't dew. I stepped forward until the water lapped the tops of my boots, and that gasoline stink clawed up my throat. My father's voice pushed into my head uninvited. Never step onto a platform you didn't set yourself. The rule had saved us more than once. Old docks with rotten planks, skiffs loosened from their knots, wood that looked solid from shore and gave like bread the second your weight found it. I thought, this is the same rule. This is worse. The boat nosed close enough to kiss the mud. I reached for the rail and felt the same wrong warmth I'd felt in my van, as if steel could hold body heat. The metal slicked my palm like a tongue. I jerked back, bile in my mouth. The whisper kept steady, neither coaxing nor cruel. It's your turn. When fear has pushed you past the edge, you either fold into it or you use it. I pulled my sleeve down over my hand, grabbed the rail again, and hauled myself up onto the seat like I'd done 100 times as a kid. One knee, pivot, stand inside the fan's circle of breath. The whole boat rocked once, eager like a dog feeling its leash. The throttle lever quivered without a hand on it. The rudder stick swung a degree to the left and stopped, as if turning its head to listen. I swallowed and set my boots wide, bracing. The seats were as cold as river stone. Water gleamed in the seams and ran into my jeans. When I reached for the kill switch lanyard, there wasn't one. The switch plate where it should have clipped sat empty, as if the boat had torn out its own safety and thrown it somewhere I'd never find. All right, I said aloud, voice small under the fan's hum. It's me. You want me? It's me. Saying it didn't grant me control. It only made the truth harder. I gripped the stick. It moved under my hand like muscle, not hardware, the resistance alive, the way a fish fights the line even after it's tired. I inched the throttle. The motor responded, not with the violent scream I'd come to hate, but with a restrained climb, a steadying of breath, as though it recognized the difference between panic and consent. The bow slid free of the mud. The boat turned on its own, aiming not toward the open sloughs, but deeper into a braid of narrow water I would never have chosen at night. The sawgrass closed overhead, beating with water that touched my face like cold fingers. My father always said the glades aren't big, they're close. Land and water weave so tight you can't tell where one ends. Tonight, they felt closer than bone. I matched the engine to the channel, trying to keep my hands from shaking, and it occurred to me that I had never felt more awake. Every small thing, the shift of current, the hiss of grass, the way the hull whispered as it skimmed, spoke a language I had learned as a kid and forgotten to respect. The boat rode the vowels and the pauses. It wanted to be steered but didn't need it. I gave it the smallest input and it took the rest. After the third bend, the night went colder. It wasn't wind, it was an absence. The motor sound thinned, the air dulled, the water blacked until it had no reflections. The swamp doesn't like straight lines, but here the channel ran arrow true toward a dense knot of cypress that had grown close as knuckles around a dark interior. I knew the place without having been there. Everyone who lives near the glades knows one place like it by some other name. A borrow pit that kept its dead, a sink where someone's brother went down and didn't come up, a forbidden pool where the water runs against the wind. We don't map those spots. They map us. The whisper moved from behind my ear to the seat in front of me, like breath-fogging glass that wasn't there. My hands went numb on the stick. I nudged the throttle back. The boat ignored me and kept pace. No, I said, and the word sounded useless as a reed leaf. No more bodies. No more. I'd spent the night bargaining with something that didn't bargain. That was when the faces began to rise. Not from the water, God help me, that would have been easier, but in the reflection on the inside of the fan cage, where the curved wires caught the star glow and turned it into thin, wheeling light. Between those lines, the shape of a jaw, a brow, a mouth held open as if to speak a thing it never got to say. Then another beside it, hair fanned in slow-motion water. Then another. Not clear, not full, the way you see someone you love in a window, only to realize you're looking at yourself. Each one turned toward me as the boat slid on, and though I couldn't make a single feature sharp, I felt names crowd my tongue. Victor, Alma, Deshawn, Josie. Names my father had said once and cut short, stories that stopped at, they went out and never continued to, they came back. Tell me what you want, I said. My voice surprised me, firm and low, the way he sounded when a hurricane tightened and the radio went from jokes to lists. Tell me and I'll do it. The throttle lever eased by a hair, like the boat was thinking. I took my hand off it and put both palms on the rail, making myself do the thing we were taught to do with a spooked animal. Show it, you're not going to force it where it already wants to go. We entered the stand. Cypress trunks rose in a ring, bearded in moss, knees jutting like teeth from black gums. The water went still as glass and then impossibly stilled more. I could hear my breath deepen. I could hear my eyelids drag when I blinked. Above, a wedge of space opened to the stars, a mouth cut into the canopy, and in that mouth, nothing. Not a breeze. Not a moth wing. Quiet pressed everything flat. If night had a heart, this was the empty chamber between beats. The boat stopped without rocking. It didn't drift. It held itself the way a hand holds itself in the air when you raise it to swear. I felt the choice before I understood it. The whisper came again, not commanding now. Morning, get out. It meant the water. It meant the seat that had claimed other bodies. It meant the place where the swamp kept what it wanted. I shook my head once, a tight motion that barely got past my neck. I know that trick, I said. My words fogged nothing. I get in that water. I don't come out. The cage reflected a face that might have been mine if mine were thinner, worn soft by time and soaked long enough to go pale. Its mouth moved. The sound it made wasn't speech. It was the memory of speech carried inside water, syllables rounded off, meanings washed thin. I didn't understand the words, but I understood the ache. It wasn't telling me to drown. It was telling me to do what the living do for the taken. My hands found the stick again, not to steer, to point the fan. I turned the rudders to face the open slice of sky. The boat didn't fight. I reached under the seat, to the place my father's hand had always gone when he cut our trips short for weather or a feeling he wouldn't name. On the boats we ran, there was a spare length of rope coiled there with a knot he had taught me to tie blind. On this boat, my fingers brushed a soaked cord with a heavy weight on the end, rusted steel, curved. A grapnel, or a memory of one. It came out of my mouth before I could stop it. I'll bring you home. The moment I said it, the fan rose to a scream. The boat jumped. The ring of cypress swam in the dark like a carousel of trunks. The water wasn't water anymore. It turned into the image of every surface that had last held these bodies: fiberglass, glass, mud, a broken dock, a capsize of sky. My balance went loose. I drove the weight of my voice into my wrists and swung the hook wider than I could see. It caught nothing. It caught the whole swamp. It caught and held. The boat lurched and I heaved. The cord burned my palms through wet fabric. I pulled like we pulled nets, like we pulled our neighbor's John boat off a shoal, and like we pulled a door open against flood. The faces in the cage didn't beg. They watched. When my breath tore and my shoulders shook and I could feel my heart bounce hard against the bottom of my throat, the line went slack. Something rose beside the bow. Not a body. A bundle. Canvas torn into a shape that might have been a sack, stitched by weed and time, ribs of driftwood showing through. My stomach flipped. I knew what I had hauled without looking. The Everglades don't lose everything. Sometimes they store it in plain sight for a man too stubborn to see. I hauled it in. It was heavier than it should have been and light where it shouldn't, like a person after a long fever. I didn't untie it. I pressed both hands on it the way you might press a shoulder when you don't have the words. "I'll bring you home," I said again, and this time the words had a place to go. The motor throttled down to a living idle. The rudders straightened. The boat turned toward a channel I recognized from childhood, a narrow run that led not to the highway, but to a small county ramp lit at night by a single sodium bulb. 3 times I had launched with my father there. 2 times we had come back together. The third, we'd gone home with an empty seat and a silence that stayed at our table for a year. I didn't steer. I set my hand on the bundle and let the boat run. The ring of cypress widened and fell behind. The sawgrass parted and then fell back into itself, brushing my shoulders like relatives at a funeral procession. The faces in the cage softened until they were only shapes, then light. Somewhere in the turn of the channel, the gasoline stink thinned to what it was supposed to be. Sharp, real, part of a machine, not a ghost. The night made a sound again. A single frog spoke and another answered. A heron clacked its spearbill twice like a clock you had to wind by hand. When the ramp's bulb appeared, it didn't look like salvation. It looked like a place you go because you're not meant to be anywhere else. The concrete was pitted, scummed at the edge with a fringe of algae. A trash can tilted near the gate. A plastic bait cup rolled and tapped, rolled and tapped. There was no truck, no ranger, no witness but me. I eased the throttle to nothing. The boat settled against the ramp's lip with a long, tired sigh. I didn't know what ceremony was right. The swamp doesn't have rules you can print and tape to the wall. It has habits. I tried to remember the habits I had learned watching older hands. I stood, put one palm to the cage, one to the bundle. I said the names I could remember from my father's cut short stories. Then I added a name I had never said aloud at this ramp. The one we'd kept to ourselves that whole year, the man who had slipped on a night like this and never given us back a body. I said his name the same way my father said it in an empty kitchen when he thought I wasn't listening. I said it like I was putting it in the water without letting it sink. The whisper came one last time, not inside my skull, not behind my ear. From the fan's cage where my hand rested. It wasn't a command. It was a release. Go. Like a current easing, like a breath after a long hold. The faces in the wires unspooled into simple reflections of light. The boat sat like a real boat sits, heavy and dumb without a pilot. For the first time all night, the silence didn't press. It received. Somewhere across the grass, an engine turned. Small, human, familiar. A truck's headlights winked to life far off and swung their cones toward the road. I thought of running to flag it down. I thought of telling someone everything, but I knew how thin a story could sound once the night let it go. I set the bundle down on the ramp. Water ran out of it, clean as a tap, as if it had always been waiting for a place to run. I unclipped nothing because there had been nothing clipped. I did not look inside. I didn't need a body to make a truth. I needed to leave something heavy where it could be found by hands that would carry it the last quiet miles. Behind me, the swamp exhaled. Ahead of me, the road would rise. Between the two, the place I stood, the hard edge where you choose which part of yourself to honor. I put a hand to the gouges on my jeans where the cord had burned through and felt the ache settle into something else, a knowledge I hadn't wanted but had always been moving toward. I climbed out. My boots hit concrete. The world didn't tilt. The boat didn't lunge. A breeze came off the grass at last, stained with salt and mangrove and other lives. The night kept its voices low, the way a house does when someone is sleeping. I stepped away from the water, every footfall slow enough to remind me it was my choice to keep moving. Morning in the Everglades doesn't come quick. It seeps. First a faint paling of the stars, then a gray bleed along the horizon that you can mistake for mist if you're still half in a dream. I wasn't dreaming. I hadn't slept. I stood at the ramp with mud on my knees and cord burns throbbing on my palms, and I watched the sky grow lighter over the sawgrass. The van sat in the lot, quiet now, no fog on its glass, no handprints dragging down its windows. It looked like any other battered rig a man might drive out here, familiar, ordinary. But I didn't trust it, not yet. I walked slow toward it, every step on cracked asphalt sounding too sharp in the morning hush. My boots left dark prints, the swamp water still clinging. The bundle I'd pulled from the boat lay where I had left it at the water's lip. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Some things weren't mine to see opened. When I reached the van, I touched the driver's door and waited for warmth, for a throb, for that wrong life that had pulsed through the steel all night. Nothing. The metal was cold, stiff under my hand. I slid the door open and braced, heart pounding, but no stench of gasoline hit me. No whisper spilled out. Only the faint smell of mildew and engine grease, the smell of a real machine. I climbed in, sinking into the seat that had carried me across the country more times than I could count. I pressed the key. The van coughed once, then purred steady, low, familiar. A relief so deep I nearly wept surged through me, but I held it down. Relief was dangerous here. It made you careless. The sky cracked pale pink, birds lifting in sudden squalls above the water. The swamp sounded alive again. Frogs rasping, insects whining, the flap of herons winging low. After a night of silence, those noises felt holy. They were proof that the world still had a rhythm, that not every corner had been claimed by whatever had circled me. I steered onto the thin two-lane highway, the van humming like it wanted the miles. Asphalt stretched ahead, bordered by endless green blades glistening with dew. The ramp and its lonely bulb faded behind me. I told myself not to look back, but I did, just once. The boat was gone. I gripped the wheel tighter, not in fear this time, but in recognition. The swamp had a way of erasing its own tracks. What it wanted to keep, it kept. What it wanted to give back, it gave. The rest vanished into morning. Miles rolled under me. The farther I got from the ramp, the lighter my chest felt, though the ache in my hands kept me tethered to the night's truth. Every few minutes I lifted them off the wheel, staring at the red bands across my skin, proof that it hadn't been a fever dream. That cord had cut me. I had pulled something out, and I had left it behind because I wasn't the one meant to carry it further. By the time the sun cracked full above the horizon, heat shimmered off the blacktop. A gas station came into view, real this time, with trucks fueling, a man hosing down the pavement, a kid pushing a cart of ice bags. I pulled in, heart hammering at the sight of ordinary life. The van hissed as I parked, engine ticking, the kind of tired complaint it always gave after a long push. I climbed out, blinking against the brightness, and for the first time in hours, no stench of gasoline rose up phantom. Only the normal sharp tang of the pump, the smell of fried food drifting from the store. My knees wobbled. Relief pressed harder now, threatening to break me open. The man with the hose looked up, gave me a nod. Just a nod. No stare. No whisper. A human gesture, simple and clean. I nodded back, too quickly, clutching it like a rope. I filled the tank with shaking hands. The gas flowed steady this time, numbers climbing on the pump, ordinary and unthreatening. I watched them like a man watches a clock after surviving a storm, proof of time still moving. When I stepped inside the store, the air conditioning cut cold across my skin. Fluorescent lights hummed. A radio played a country song, tinny and soft. I bought a bottle of water and a pack of bandages for my palms. The cashier barely glanced at me. No whisper. No glow in his eyes. Just a tired man at the end of a long shift. Back in the van, I cleaned the burns and wrapped them. My hands looked less raw that way, but the ache didn't fade. It felt right that it didn't. Some lessons aren't meant to heal smooth. They're meant to stay with you, to remind you where the edge is. The highway called, but I didn't push it. I drove slow, letting the miles come easy. With each one, the swamp fell farther behind, but not out of me. I knew better than that now. The Everglades don't leave you just because you leave them. They mark you. They keep a peace. I thought of the voices layered in that whisper, the faces crowding the cage. They weren't warning me off. They weren't trying to kill me. They were trying to be remembered, to be pulled from water that had taken everything but their names. The swamp had used fear to break me open enough to hear them. And once I had, it had let me go. The road bent north, cypress giving way to pine, swamp giving way to pasture. I rolled the window down. Warm wind whipped through, carrying the scent of grass and distant cattle. For the first time since dusk, the air didn't burn my throat. I breathed deep, and the knot in my chest loosened. Still, when I passed another boat ramp an hour later, I couldn't stop myself from looking. Just a glance. Concrete slick with algae, men laughing as they backed trailers down, kids chasing each other with sticks. Normal. But I saw more. The faint shimmer of water where it touched shadow, the way it seemed deeper than it should. I turned my eyes back to the road fast, because I understood now. The Everglades don't haunt you with monsters. They haunt you with memory, with what they've kept, with what they ask you to carry when it's your turn. And once you've heard the whisper, you never stop listening for it. I drove until the sun stood high and straight. Then I pulled off at a roadside park where the palms kept a thin shade and the picnic tables leaned a little as if tired of holding up men like me. I didn't eat. I sat with my forearms on the table and let the ache in my hands settle into a steady pulse. Every time a semi drifted past on the highway, the wind pushed the sawgrass in a long sigh, and inside that sigh I could hear the echo of the fan cage, the thin whine that had traced me through the night. It didn't scare me now. It cut clean. Sharp things do when you finally know what they're for. By noon, the bandages had turned the color of tea. I rinsed my palms at a spigot and watched the water run rust pink down the concrete. I thought about calling someone, my father's old friend, who put in years with the county, the woman at the ranger desk who had checked my permit 3 springs in a row and always told me to pack 1 more gallon of water than I thought I'd need. But the words felt fragile in my mouth. I didn't want to break them. I wanted to carry them where they do the most good. I drove to the nearest ranger station anyway. It was the one with the faded mural of an egret on the cinder block wall and a bulletin board inside, covered with maps, laminated so many times the trails looked like veins under skin. The desk bell was the kind that never rings on the first press, and I had to hit it twice before a man came out from the back with sun in the creases of his face and a radio clipped to his belt. "You look like you slept in a ditch," he said, not unkind. He poured me water without waiting to be asked and slid the paper cup across the counter. "What'd the Glades do to you?" I told him. Not the ghosts, not at first. I told him where I'd camped, where the road flooded, where the boat cut the trail, where I'd found the ramp with the single light. He didn't write anything down. He didn't have to. These men carry the map in their heads. When I finished, he hooked a thumb toward the back. "Come see something." The garage smelled like oil and cardboard. On the workbench sat a plastic tub with a grate in the bottom, the kind they use to drain what comes out of the water without keeping the water itself. Inside lay things that didn't match: a wallet with leather gone stiff and white like drift flesh, a watch whose face had clouded over, a ring with a line of green at the edge where it had clung to skin for years, and a little brass tag on a bead chain. The tag had a name. It was the name I had said at the ramp with my hand on the cage and the water running out of the bundle like a tap. The ranger watched my face and didn't say the word for what I was seeing. He didn't need to. "Storm pushed a lot loose," he said instead. "Sometimes that means what was lost finds a way back to the top. Sometimes it needs a nudge. Did you nudge anything?" "I hauled something in," I said, and my voice came out steady. "Didn't look. Left it where it could be found. That's how you do it." He touched the tag with a knuckle, gentle as if it could bruise. "Family will want to hear it got here in a good way." On the drive out, I thought of the word good sitting beside found. They fit together like two teeth that had always been meant to bite the same piece. Not clean, not whole, but right. Back home, my little rental north of the river where the neighborhood dogs talk to one another at dusk and the citrus trees lean into the heat, I washed the van. I did it slow, starting at the roof and working down, letting the hose run until the soap bubbled pale and the water ran clear. The 5 gouges along the side wouldn't fade. I didn't want them to. I traced them with the back of a finger, not to measure depth, but to remember what a warning feels like when it's specific. Most of the time we trade in general alarms: be careful, watch out, don't go alone, to the point they turn into noise. The swamp had given me a line I could run my hand down. I wouldn't forget the direction it pointed. I slept that night for real. No dreams, no knocking. In the hour before dawn, a rain came through so light the pavement didn't darken, only smiled. When I woke, the air smelled clean. For a moment, I let myself believe that was the end. I made coffee. I stood at the kitchen sink and watched a feral cat step with surgical care along the top of the fence. When the hiss of the kettle settled into the hiss of the sprinklers 2 yards over, the quiet wasn't a trap. It was rest. The call came 3 days later. Not the ranger. He had my number, but wouldn't spend it on words he couldn't make heavier by saying them in person. It was a woman. She said the name on the brass tag. She said she'd been told by so-and-so at the station that I was the one who had brought a thing to a place where other hands could lift it without paying the same price. She didn't ask for the story. She didn't ask for the night. She said, "We're going to put him where he can dry. Can you come?" I went. We stood in the small sunlight of a weekday morning under a tree with a trunk that looked like water had carved it into the shape of patience. She didn't cry. You can tell when people have spent their tears long before the formal moment. She told me he loved to run the fan in winter just to feel alive. She told me he always wore a lanyard because he said he wasn't stupid enough to go along with his mistakes. She said when the storm came in, he tried to beat it home. We both looked at our shoes then. Choices make maps of their own. On the drive back, I kept the radio off and talked out loud the way you only do when you're fitting a thing where it belongs. "Listen," I said, speaking to whoever would come after me, whoever would pull into a clearing at dusk and think the quiet meant permission. If the swamp goes silent, it's listening. If you smell gasoline where there shouldn't be any, that's a message, not a mystery to solve. If your head tells you it's nothing, but your neck tightens and your hands go cold, trust your neck and your hands. They were built for older kinds of knowing. Tell someone where you're going. Clip your lanyard. Carry a grapnel even if you think you'll never need it. Take the path that looks a little longer and a lot drier. Night makes the water look like a road. It isn't. I recorded it later, not as a lecture, but as a voice I would have listened to when I was 20 and too sure. I set the camera on a milk crate in the garage, the van behind me, the gouges catching the light. I didn't script it. I let the story carry the rules inside it so they'd stick. When I finished, I didn't feel lighter. I felt useful. That was better. A week after the service, I took the long way home from the hardware store because you always test the sore spot with your tongue to see if it still hurts. The road that cut toward the water wore a familiar shine. The sky had a seam in it where evening was starting to pry up the day. I told myself I was only driving by. I told myself I didn't want what I knew I wanted. Half a mile from the ramp, the smell came, faint, honest, a line of gasoline carried by a wind from the east. It didn't punch the back of my throat the way it had that night. It threaded the air like a hand raised in the back row. I slowed. The radio went soft. The neighborhood in my head that had learned to panic stood at the edge of the yard and watched instead. The ramp bulb burned early, haloed in mosquitoes. No boats. The water looked like a sheet of old pewter with fingerprints pressed into it where fish had turned near the surface. I parked and left the van unlocked because if something wanted in tonight, it would find its way. I didn't call out. I didn't ask for proof. I walked to the lip in the concrete where algae paints a slick and set both hands in my pockets so they couldn't fidget. The sky went the color of a bruise you don't mind showing because it means the hit didn't put you down. Then the water at the edge pushed once, twice, like the breath of a sleeping thing turning over. I said the names again. All of them. Not like a roll call. Like a sentence with a subject and a verb and a reason. I said, I didn't come to take anything. I said I would listen if they wanted to tell me something about the bends where the water lies, or the way noise moves at night, or the small rule I had missed that might keep someone's daughter from stepping into the wrong kind of hush. The fan cage combed the sky with a sound that could have been wind, could have been machine. It didn't grow. It didn't chase. It made a line and then let it fade. For a second, I saw the empty seat the way you do when you've been sitting in a room by yourself and think you felt the cushion give beside you. Not heavy, not cold, present. Then it went. On the walk back to the van, I caught my reflection in the side panel where the gouges cut 5 long rivers through the paint. My face looked older than it had in the garage. Not damaged. Settled, the kind of older that earns you a second look when a kid's about to do a stupid thing and you say his name like a promise. That night, I slept with the windows open. A thunderstorm rolled in after midnight, and the rain hit the roof like 1,000 small hands applauding a truth. I woke once at the hinge of the hour when the body turns, and in the living room, just for a breath, I heard the low run of a motor where no boat could be. It didn't make me sit up. I said, I hear you, and it eased the way a tide does when it knows the moon has you either way. Here is what's survived that I want to hand to anyone who pulls off the highway and lets the swamp wrap them in the kind of quiet that can make you forget your edges. Fear is not your enemy. It's a compass you were born with, calibrated on nights like this. If it points you away, go. If it points you toward the hard thing, toward turning back, toward calling for help, toward tying the knot you think you can skip, honor it. The Everglades don't hate you. They don't love you either. They test what you bring, and they keep what you won't let yourself admit you can't carry. One evening soon, I'll drive back out with flowers that don't belong anywhere near brackish water, and I'll set them on the concrete where the algae starts, not because flowers fix anything, but because they mark a place as held in mind. I'll run my hand down the van's scar, and then I'll get in and go home before the light thins to the kind of gray where sound goes wrong. And if somewhere up the road an engine cries across water where no pilot sits, I'll pull over, roll the window down, and listen. I don't owe the swamp my fear. I owe it my attention. That's how you make it back. That's how you help someone else make it back too. The weeks that followed blurred into a rhythm that should have felt ordinary again. Work during the day, the van humming on back roads in the evenings, nights spent on my porch listening to crickets instead of fans and whispers. And yet, everything carried a shadow of that night. My hands healed, the cord burns fading to faint red lines, but each time I flexed my fingers, I felt the memory of the rope biting deep. It stayed with me, a phantom pressure reminding me that I had touched something bigger than fear. I found myself slowing at intersections where the highway signs pointed south toward the glades. I told myself I wasn't going back. Not now. Maybe not ever, but my body betrayed me, a tug in my gut, a curiosity in my chest. It wasn't thrill-seeking. It wasn't recklessness. It was unfinished business, like a conversation cut off mid-sentence. At night, I'd dream in fragments, water black as tar, cypress trunks leaning close as if to listen, the hiss of sawgrass turning into a crowd's low murmur. Always the boat, its empty seat glowing faint in starlight, fan whispering steady, waiting. When I woke, the room would be silent, but never still. The silence had texture now, as though the swamp had left part of itself in my ears. I started writing things down, not for me, but for whoever might need them later. Rules, observations, fragments of warning dressed as advice. If the swamp goes silent, it's listening. If gasoline carries where it shouldn't, don't ignore it. If the air grows too still, that's your signal to move, not to rest. I kept the pages in a notebook tucked under the van's seat. A guide, not polished, not meant for a ranger's office or a park brochure, just a handrail for the next person who might find themselves caught in the hush. One Saturday, I drove north instead into pine country where the ground held firmer. I thought distance might ease the weight. I parked at a campground filled with families, kids chasing frisbees, smoke from grills curling high. It was as far from the glades as you could imagine. Clean air, no stench of brine. And yet that night as I lay in the van, the hum of an air conditioner from a nearby rig caught my ear. The low whir swelled and shifted, became a fan's scream in my head. My chest tightened. I sat up, sweat rolling down my spine, convinced for a breath that I'd see headlights through the window. There were none. Only fireflies blinking against the tree line, small and harmless, but I didn't sleep again that night. Fear had rewired me. I no longer needed the swamp to feel its edges. The strange thing was, it didn't feel like a curse. Not exactly. Fear had saved me. Fear had tuned me to what others might miss, what others might not come back from. I started talking more. When people asked about camping, not stories, not the whole truth, they wouldn't believe the boat, the whispers, the gouges in the steel. But I told them the pieces they could hold. Don't camp near drowned channels, I'd say. Keep your lanyard clipped. Don't ignore the smell of gas. It's not always your motor leaking. Sometimes it's the swamp telling you to move. They'd laugh, nod politely, chalk it up to a man who'd spent too many nights alone out there. That was fine. The point of a warning isn't to be believed. It's to be carried, tucked away, ready when it's needed most. One evening, as summer sagged toward storm season, I drove again toward the southern horizon. I told myself I wasn't going all the way back, just close enough to see the grass stretch wide again. But the further south I went, the heavier the air became, thick with memory and something else, something like invitation. The highway narrowed. The shoulders filled with water. The sawgrass began its hiss. The van hummed steady, its scars catching the last orange of the sun. I rolled the window down and let the swamp's breath in. Gasoline, faint but present. Not choking, not cruel. A reminder. I pulled off before the ramp. I didn't need to see the bulb burning or the slick concrete. I didn't need to hear the fan cage whine. I sat on the hood of the van and watched the sky darken. The swamp hummed its low chorus of frogs and insects, alive this time, not hushed. The silence hadn't come for me, not tonight, and yet I spoke anyway, voice low, words meant not for me but for what lingered out there. I heard you, I'll remember, and when it's someone else's turn, I'll be ready to help carry it. The grass leaned, bending in a ripple as though wind had moved through it, but the air on my skin stayed still. I slid off the hood, climbed back into the van, and drove home. The swamp didn't chase me. It didn't need to. It had already done its work. From then on, I carried the Everglades everywhere. Not its monsters, but its lessons. That fear isn't weakness. That silence can be louder than any scream. That some debts aren't yours to erase, only to witness. And every time I drive past water at night and hear an engine where no pilot sits, I don't flinch. I don't chase. I don't run. I listen. Because fear isn't meant to stop you. It's meant to guide you, steady your hand on the wheel, and remind you that survival isn't an accident. It's a choice you honor. 1 mile, 1 night, 1 breath at a time. Dawn came on a Sunday when the air was washed clean from a storm in the night. My van smelled only of damp upholstery and old coffee grounds, no trace of gasoline, no whisper in the vents. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe without weighing each inhale for signs of danger. And yet, the glades had changed me too deeply to return to the man I was before. Fear had carved something permanent in me. Not weakness, awareness. I drove out to the coast where the water met open sky and parked facing the horizon. The ocean was nothing like the swamp. No sawgrass walls, no secret currents hiding beneath black stillness, but it spoke its own kind of language, wide, patient, endless. As the waves rolled in and hissed back out, I realized I wasn't running anymore. I wasn't hiding. I was listening. That was the difference. Because that's what fear had taught me. It isn't there to paralyze you, to shrink you down into nothing. Fear is the hand on your shoulder when you're about to step where the ground won't hold. Fear is the whisper reminding you to check your knot, to fill your water jug, to call home before you head out. Fear is the part of you that loves your life too much to let you be careless with it. I thought back to that night, to the faceless crowd pressed into the cage of the fan, to the voices layered together into one whisper. Get out. At the time, I'd heard it as threat. Now, I understood it as plea. They weren't trying to drag me down. They were trying to keep me alive. Fear was the gift they had left behind. The only message they could still deliver through the black water and the gasoline stench. And here's the truth. No one puts in the brochures. The wild doesn't owe you safety. It doesn't owe you mercy. The Everglades don't love you, and they don't hate you. They test you. They strip away the illusion that you're in control. Out there, the line between panic and prayer is paper thin. And when the swamp whispers, you'd better be humble enough to listen. I sat on the hood of my van, the 5 gouges down its side, catching the sunrise. And I thought about everyone who would one day set out with a cooler full of beer, a GPS app on their phone, a confidence born from not yet having been tested. Some would come back laughing. Some would come back changed, and some would not come back at all. And so this is what I say to you, whoever hears this. Let fear be your compass, not your cage. When the night falls heavy and the silence turns unnatural, don't wave it off. Don't rationalize it away. Fear is the voice of your ancestors, honed through centuries of nights exactly like this. Fear knows what you don't want to admit. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is how you survive, because out there in the dark places where the map runs out and the swamp runs deep, the airboat without a pilot is still circling. Its fan still screams. Its seats are still slick with water that never dries. And every so often it passes close enough that you'll hear the whisper that saved me. Get out. It's not a curse. It's not a threat. It's a warning from the drowned handed to the living. And if you listen, if you respect it, if you let fear sharpen you instead of swallowing you, then maybe, just maybe, you'll make it back to tell the story. And that's what the wilderness asks of us. Not bravery without caution, not conquest, not control, but reverence, respect, a willingness to admit that we're small and fragile and alive only because the world allows it. So drive your van, pitch your tent, start your fire, but keep one ear tuned to the silence. Keep one hand steady on the wheel. Keep your fear close, not as a burden, but as a lantern. Because if you treat fear as your enemy, you'll miss the truth. It's the only thing standing between you and the water that wants to keep you forever. The Everglades don't forget. The swamp doesn't forgive. But if you carry its lessons, you'll never walk blind again. And when the night grows still, when the engine screams, where no hand steers it, when the airboat without a pilot circles close, remember my voice, remember this truth. Fear is not the end of you. Fear is how you make it home. Dawn came on a Sunday when the air was washed clean from a storm in the night. My van smelled only of damp upholstery and old coffee grounds, no trace of gasoline, no whisper in the vents. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe without weighing each inhale for signs of danger. And yet, the glades had changed me too deeply to return to the man I was before. Fear had carved something permanent in me. Not weakness, awareness. I drove out to the coast, where the water met open sky, and parked facing the horizon. The ocean was nothing like the swamp. No sawgrass walls, no secret currents hiding beneath black stillness. But it spoke its own kind of language. Wide, patient, endless. As the waves rolled in and hissed back out, I realized I wasn't running anymore. I wasn't hiding. I was listening. That was the difference. Because that's what fear had taught me. It isn't there to paralyze you, to shrink you down into nothing. Fear is the hand on your shoulder when you're about to step where the ground won't hold. Fear is the whisper reminding you to check your knot, to fill your water jug, to call home before you head out. Fear is the part of you that loves your life too much to let you be careless with it. I thought back to that night, to the faceless crowd pressed into the cage of the fan, to the voices layered together into one whisper, "Get out." At the time, I'd heard it as threat. Now, I understood it as plea. They weren't trying to drag me down, they were trying to keep me alive. Fear was the gift they had left behind, the only message they could still deliver through the black water and the gasoline stench. And here's the truth no one puts in the brochures. The wild doesn't owe you safety. It doesn't owe you mercy. The Everglades don't love you, and they don't hate you. They test you. They strip away the illusion that you're in control. Out there, the line between panic and prayer is paper thin. And when the swamp whispers, you'd better be humble enough to listen. I sat on the hood of my van, the 5 gouges down its side catching the sunrise, and I thought about everyone who would one day set out with a cooler full of beer, a GPS app on their phone, a confidence born from not yet having been tested. Some would come back laughing, some would come back changed, and some would not come back at all. And so this is what I say to you. Whoever hears this, let fear be your compass, not your cage. When the night falls heavy and the silence turns unnatural, don't wave it off. Don't rationalize it away. Fear is the voice of your ancestors, honed through centuries of nights exactly like this. Fear knows what you don't want to admit. Fear is not your enemy. Fear is how you survive. Because out there, in the dark places where the map runs out and the swamp runs deep, the airboat without a pilot is still circling. Its fan still screams, its seats are still slick with water that never dries, and every so often it passes close enough that you'll hear the whisper that saved me. Get out. It's not a curse. It's not a threat. It's a warning from the drowned, handed to the living. And if you listen, if you respect it, if you let fear sharpen you instead of swallowing you, then maybe, just maybe, you'll make it back to tell the story. And that's what the wilderness asks of us. Not bravery without caution, not conquest, not control, but reverence, respect. A willingness to admit that we're small and fragile and alive only because the world allows it. So drive your van, pitch your tent, start your fire, but keep one ear tuned to the silence. Keep one hand steady on the wheel. Keep your fear close, not as a burden, but as a lantern. Because if you treat fear as your enemy, you'll miss the truth. It's the only thing standing between you and the water that wants to keep you forever. The Everglades don't forget, the swamp doesn't forgive. But if you carry its lessons, you'll never walk blind again. And when the night grows still, when the engine screams where no hand steers it, when the airboat without a pilot circles close, remember my voice, remember this truth. Fear is not the end of you. Fear is how you make it home. Story complete. I never thought I'd hear her voice again. Not after the crash, not after the burial, not after those weeks where I'd lie awake in bed straining against silence, wishing for just one word. And yet on a gray afternoon above the Oregon coast, clinging to the rusted frame of an old radio tower with gulls circling below me, I heard my sister whisper my name. It wasn't memory. It wasn't grief. It was real. Her cadence caught in static, her breath wrapped in wind, her tone so close I could almost feel it against my ear. But I should back up. I was a contracted radio technician, a freelancer for coastal monitoring projects and emergency broadcast systems. Most of my work was lonely. I liked it that way. The ocean cliffs, the logging roads, the high ridges that few people reached. It was cleaner out there. The towers scattered across the coastline weren't glamorous, but they mattered. They carried weather alerts, search and rescue frequencies, signals for boats that otherwise had nothing but sky and swell. This tower, the one I climbed, stood on a headland south of Yekats. If you've driven Highway 101, you've passed near it without knowing. Just another overgrown gravel turnoff that I blocked with a rusted gate and a faded maintenance access only sign. The tower itself rose 200 feet above basalt cliffs, its steel bones mottled with salt corrosion. The locals called it the Siren Tower. Not officially, but among fishermen and hikers, the name had circulated long before I got the maintenance order. Some said voices carried strangely around it. Others said radios picked up conversations that weren't there. One story claimed a boat had been lured too close to the rocks by a false distress call. That's the kind of rumor you ignore in my line of work. Towers hum. They buzz. They leak. Radio frequency is messy. The air is always alive with fragments. But when I parked my service truck by the gate and signed into the logbook, I felt something heavier. The fog was crawling off the water in long bands, muffling the forest behind me. The smell of salt mixed with something metallic like wet wire. I strapped my tool belt, clipped my harness, and started the long climb. The higher I climbed, the quieter it got. The wind at sea level vanished. The gulls seemed to hold back, circling wide. By the time I reached the halfway platform, I could hear only my own breath. That was when I noticed the old RV. Down the slope, tucked into alder and salal, something white was half hidden beneath a layer of green moss. I hadn't seen it from the road. The roof sagged, streaked with rust. A ladder hung off one side. Curtains drooped in the windows. It looked abandoned for decades. And I felt, suddenly, like someone had lived there just yesterday. I shook the thought away, forced my focus back on the job. At the top platform, I braced against the steel, unlatched the equipment housing, and set about testing the repeater. The gauges flickered, lights dimmed and brightened, and the speaker crackled with a faint wash of static. That was when I heard it. My name, soft, drawn out, threaded through the white noise. Eli. I froze, wrench in hand. For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. Radio towers pull voices from far away. Could have been a fisherman's wife calling over VHF. Could have been CB bleed. But it wasn't. The tone was too intimate, too familiar. Eli? I dropped the wrench. My gloves slipped against the metal as I gripped the panel. My throat went dry because my sister had said my name like that. Nobody else. She died 2 years earlier. A car accident outside Salem, black ice on a bridge. I had identified her body. I had stood beside the casket. I had lowered it with my hands. And now she was calling me from a radio tower. I told myself it was interference. I told myself the wind was playing tricks. But the static deepened, swirled, and then clearer, closer. Her voice came again. You shouldn't have come here. The words jolted through me. I nearly unlatched my harness to climb down right then. But the technician's part of me, the stubborn, rational side, forced me still. I adjusted the receiver, tapped the housing, checked the grounding. The signal surged, then faded. My tools clinked in the windless air, and beneath it all, faint but steady, her whisper threaded in and out. Not random phrases, not fragments, sentences. You left me. I swallowed hard. That's not real, I muttered, voice shaking in the fog. It's feedback. It's... But my words didn't convince even myself, because she'd said that before. On the night of the accident, we'd argued. She wanted me to drive her home. I refused. I'd been drinking, and I told her to take her own car. She'd never made it. And now, here, 200 feet above the Oregon coast, her voice was telling me what I'd tried to bury. I forced myself to shut down the receiver. The static hissed into silence. The air seemed to grow thicker. I clipped my tools, turned, and began to descend. By the time I reached the bottom, fog had swallowed everything. The forest edge was a smear of gray. The ocean was invisible, though I could hear waves pounding the rocks far below. And the RV, now I could see it more clearly. It wasn't as overgrown as I thought. Moss covered the roof, yes, but the door was clean. The ground around the tires was flattened, as though walked recently. A faint path led from the RV toward the tower, its brush pressed down. I should have walked away. Climbed into my truck, radioed in the inspection, left the gate behind me, but my hands and feet carried me toward the RV without decision, like gravity pulling me down slope. The closer I came, the colder it felt. The air smelled of mildew and rust. Ferns brushed against my knees. A crow cawed once and fell silent. I reached the door. The handle was smooth under my glove, not rusted like the ladder or hinges. I pulled. It opened without resistance. Inside, light filtered through slits in the curtains. Dust hung suspended, but not thick, like the air had been stirred recently. A narrow table held a stack of radio manuals, their edges curled but not decayed. A bunk sagged against one wall, blankets tangled. And on the counter, sitting upright in the dim light, was a tape recorder, the kind we used as kids, the kind my sister had used to record herself singing back before her voice was silenced forever. Its red record button was pressed down. The reels spun slowly, and from the small speaker, whispering through static, came her voice again. "Eli, why did you leave me?" My chest constricted. My knees nearly buckled. I stumbled back, hitting the wall of the RV. Because it wasn't possible. The recorder wasn't connected to any antenna. It wasn't tuned to the tower. It was just tape. Yet her words kept spilling out, each one timed to my heartbeat, each one sharper than the last. "Come closer." I stepped forward. My shadow leaned across the counter, my reflection caught in the darkened window. The tape stopped, the reels clicked, and then from the silence, another sound filled the RV. A scratching, not from the recorder, from outside. Like nails dragging across the metal siding. Slow, deliberate, circling. I held my breath, my ears strained. The sound moved from the rear of the RV along the wall to the door. A pause, then 3 knocks. Not heavy, not human, but measured. I backed away, heart hammering, nearly tripping over the bunk. My hand found my belt, fumbling for the flashlight clipped there. I flicked it on, the beam cutting through dust. The door creaked. It didn't open all the way, just a crack, enough for cold air to slip inside, enough for silence to rush deeper. And then, faintly from the tower above, came her voice again. Not from the recorder this time, not from inside my head, from the steel frame on the cliff, carried through the fog like a wire strung between worlds, calling me upward. "Eli, come back." The sound of her voice spilling from the tower froze me in place. It wasn't just that it sounded like her. It was layered, grainy, metallic, stretched thin across static, but carrying the exact lilt of her tone. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it in my ears, a vibration that made my ribs ache. I wanted to run. God! Every nerve told me to get out of that RV, slam the door behind me, and sprint to my truck. But something in me, the part that had never stopped replaying her last night alive, anchored me to the floor. I stepped forward and pressed the recorder's stop button. The reels halted. Silence pressed down, heavy and absolute. For a moment I thought maybe that was it. Some bizarre feedback loop, a coincidence tangled in grief. Then the voice from above came again. "Eli." Longer this time. Clearer. "Come back." I spun toward the door. The fog outside had thickened until the trees were gone, the path erased. The tower loomed as a silhouette, a dark skeleton rising into gray nothingness. Something moved at its base. I caught the shape in the corner of my vision, tall, thin, bending unnaturally, like a shadow folding against itself. My flashlight beam jittered across the mist but found nothing. The scratches started again, this time not around the RV, but underneath. I heard it through the floor, scraping metal, deliberate, almost like something dragging itself belly first beneath the frame. I bolted. The door swung wide as I shoved out into the fog. My boots hit the earth, slipping on wet fern. I turned toward the slope, toward where the tower pierced the mist, and for a reason I still can't explain, I ran toward it instead of away. The climb back up the incline was brutal. My tool belt knocked against my side, my breath ragged in the damp air. I kept glancing behind me, swearing I'd see a figure pulling itself from the RV, or worse, my sister's face looking out through the window. But the fog hid everything. By the time I reached the tower's base, my lungs burned. The steel legs rose out of the ground like bones, vanishing into the white. The voice hummed down through them, vibrating the bolts, resonating in my skull. Up here. I stopped, braced against the cold metal. My gloves trembled as I held the ladder. She was calling me upward. Part of me, the rational part, knew I shouldn't climb. I'd already inspected the housing. The job was done. Whatever was happening, it wasn't technical. But my body didn't listen. My body remembered a promise I'd broken. I'll always be there for you, Anna. The night she died, I'd failed her. And now her voice was giving me a chance to keep it. I clipped my harness and began to climb. The steel was slick under the fog, every rung damp and cold. My breath echoed in the hollow air. Below me, the world disappeared. Above me, the tower seemed endless. Halfway up, the static grew louder. Not from the housing this time, but from inside the steel. Like the tower itself was humming with electricity. My bones buzzed with it. The fillings in my teeth ached. And layered in that vibration, her voice again. You left me there, alone. I stopped climbing. Pressed my forehead against the rung, closed my eyes. I didn't mean to, I whispered. My voice cracked. I didn't know. The steel rattled. The bolts shook. My harness clinked against the frame. You didn't come back. Tears blurred my vision. The fog seeped into my throat, heavy and cold. My gloves tightened on the ladder. I'm here now, I choked out. Silence followed. For a moment, all I heard was my own ragged breath. I thought maybe it was over, that I'd hallucinated, that my grief had finally swallowed me whole. Then above, something moved. Not the wind, not birds. Something heavy. The ladder vibrated. Not from me climbing, but from weight descending. I tilted my head back, peering upward into the fog. The rungs above faded into gray, but somewhere up there I heard hands or claws gripping steel. Slow, steady, coming down toward me. I froze. My body screamed to unclip, to drop, to run. But my harness was tangled, my gear snagged. By the time I freed myself, it would be too late. I pressed flat against the ladder, trying to steady my breath. My flashlight beam swung upward, cutting into fog, catching nothing but glinting steel. Yet the sound continued, deliberate, closer. And then her face, not whole, not solid, a pale blur between rungs, features stretched like smoke, eyes too wide, mouth too slack. For a heartbeat, it hovered above me. Come with me, Eli, I screamed. My gloves slipped. My foot missed a rung. The harness caught, jerking me against the steel so hard my ribs bruised. I dangled, gasping, flashlight spinning out of my grip into the fog below. The face melted back into gray. The sound of descent stopped. I didn't wait. I unclipped, shoved myself sideways onto the mid-platform, collapsed against the rail. My chest heaved. My vision swam. The silence that followed was worse than the voice. I forced myself to move, to crawl to the equipment housing. The panel hung open where I'd left it. The receiver inside was dark, no power, no signal. But in the reflection of the metal panel, I saw movement behind me. Not Anna this time. Something taller, limbs too long, body bent at sharp angles as if its joints weren't built for human weight. It was climbing the opposite side of the tower. I didn't think. I just moved. I latched my harness, slid onto the ladder, and began the fastest descent of my life. My boots banged the rungs, gloves slipping, steel rattling against bone. I didn't look up. Couldn't. Halfway down, the fog shifted, parting for just a moment. The RV was visible again, its roof gleaming wet. Only now the door hung wide. Curtains fluttered outward, and in the shadow of the doorway, a figure stood. Anna, pale, unmoving, hair damp against her face, watching. My boots slipped. I nearly fell the last 20 feet, hitting the ground hard enough to jar my knees. I tore off the harness, stumbled forward, back, and sprinted for the slope. Branches whipped my arms. Roots caught my boots. The fog closed around me until I couldn't tell if I was running toward the truck or deeper into the forest. I tried to follow the grade of the land, the memory of the road, but every direction felt wrong. Somewhere behind me, the tower groaned, metal straining, vibrating like a struck bell. Her voice rose again, not whispered this time, but screamed, "Come back!" The sound carried through the trees, through the ground, through my chest. I fell to my knees, hands over my ears, tears streaming. It wasn't just sound, it was pressure, pushing me down, bending me forward. I crawled, clawed at the earth, pulled myself between ferns and salal until my hands hit gravel. The road. I staggered upright, stumbled along the track until the shape of my truck bled through the mist. I yanked the door open, threw myself inside, and slammed the locks down. For a long time, I sat there, gasping, staring through the windshield at nothing but white. The voice didn't follow. The vibration faded. The fog thinned. When I finally started the engine, the radio came alive on its own. No input, no dial turned, just her voice, soft again, broken. "You'll never leave me." I floored the accelerator. Gravel spat from the tires. The gate and the logbook blurred past. The fog peeled away as I hit the highway, but the sound stayed with me all the way to town. The faint whisper threading through static, no matter how many times I killed the radio. And even now, years later, sometimes when the weather's right, when the wind hits the house just so, I hear it again. Her voice, calling me back to the siren tower. I didn't sleep that night. Not in the motel room I booked outside Newport, not in the hours I lay staring at the ceiling, listening to the low hum of the refrigerator in the corner. Every sound felt layered, like the tower had stitched itself into my hearing. The fridge wasn't just humming, it was whispering. The wind outside wasn't just rattling the siding, it was calling. By dawn, I'd convinced myself I needed proof. That's the thing about encounters like that. The rational brain clings to explanation. I thought, if I can show someone the tape recorder in the RV, if I can measure the interference on the repeater, then it won't be my sister's voice. It'll be faulty equipment, squatters' tricks, a prank, anything but what it felt like. So I drove back. The gate was still chained, my boot prints visible in the dirt from the night before. The fog had thinned, the coastal air sharper now, smelling of wet pine and seaweed. For a moment, with the sun cutting through clouds, it all seemed ordinary again. I signed the logbook a second time, dated it, underlined my name. If anyone questioned me later, they'd know I'd been here, officially, twice. When I reached the clearing, though, the RV was gone. Not collapsed, not overgrown. Gone. Only a bare patch of earth where its tires had sunk, 2 parallel ruts leading nowhere. The ferns I'd pushed through were bent, broken, but the vehicle itself had vanished. My chest went hollow. I climbed the slope anyway. I had to. The tower loomed just as before, steel streaked with salt humming faintly in the wind. But the housing at the top where I'd shut down the receiver was closed, latched. My wrench still missing, no sign I'd ever touched it. I should have left then. Walked back down to the truck, driven away, let the memory curdle into something I could write off as exhaustion. But instead, I pulled my handheld transceiver from my belt and keyed it on. Station 17, this is Eli Harper, testing repeater response. The radio crackled, static, and then, "You came back." I dropped the unit. It clattered against the gravel. Her voice was unmistakable, thin, trembling, threaded with sorrow. Not memory, not imagination. Broadcast. I snatched the radio up, hand shaking. "Anna?" Silence. I tried again, throat raw. "Who is this? Identify yourself." Static hissed. The ocean roared faintly below, and then laughter. Not her laughter. Lower. Hollow. It rose, distorted, as if something deep inside the steel was using her voice as scaffolding. "You should have stayed with her." I turned the unit off. Shoved it into my belt. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I stumbled back down the slope, every step quick, uneven. When I reached the road, I didn't bother signing out. I drove until the tower was far behind me, until the trees closed in and the ocean was only a dull smear to the west. I filed my maintenance report 2 days later, wrote normal interference, housing intact, nothing else. Because what was I supposed to say? That I heard the dead speaking through federal infrastructure? That I saw something climbing steel 200 feet above the ocean? Nobody would believe it. And worse, they might believe enough to send someone else up there. So I buried it. Or I tried to. But the thing about sound is, it doesn't stay buried. Weeks later, while repairing a repeater in the Coast Range, I heard her voice bleed into my headset again. Not strong, just a syllable or two, wrapped in static, cutting across frequency like a knife. Driving past Tillamook Bay, the AM dial spiked with interference, whispering my name. At night, in the silence of my apartment, the radiator hissed, and for an instant I swore I heard her singing, the old lullaby she'd recorded on that tape deck when we were kids. I tried white noise machines, earplugs, music at all hours, but sound has a way of finding cracks, and sometimes when I'm half asleep, I hear the other thing. Not her. The laughter. Low, hollow, stretched thin. It doesn't always come from radios anymore. Sometimes it comes from the walls, from the pipes, from my own breath when I exhale. I told myself I'd never go back to the Siren Tower, that it wasn't worth the risk. But 3 months ago, while scrolling through local news, I saw a headline, "Hiker missing near Yakats, vehicle found abandoned at gate." The article was short. A man in his 40s had parked by the access road, signed the logbook, never returned. Search teams combed the cliffs, the forest, found nothing. The gate was locked, the tower deactivated, and yet his log entry was there. I drove out the next day. I told myself it was to help, to see if I could explain the disappearance. But in truth, it was because the whispering hadn't stopped, and I knew deep down that it never would until I stood under that tower again. The fog was thicker this time, the kind that beads in your hair, slicks your skin. The forest was silent. At the clearing, the RV was back. Same spot, same sagging roof, same curtains in the windows, like it had never vanished at all. The door was open. I should have left, but I stepped closer, each footfall sinking into soft earth. Inside, the tape recorder waited on the counter, reels turning slowly. A man's voice hissed through the static, not mine, not hers. "Help me." And then silence. I backed out, shaking, breath clouding the damp air. I couldn't make myself climb the tower, couldn't even touch the steel. Instead, I walked back to the truck, every nerve screaming at me to move faster. The logbook still sat chained to the gate post. I flipped it open. The missing man's name was there, scrawled 3 lines above mine. And beneath it, in a handwriting I knew as well as my own, curved, looping the way she used to sign birthday cards, was my sister's. Anna Harper. No date, no time, just her name. I shut the book, drove until the coast was a memory in the mirror. I haven't gone back since. I won't. But sometimes when I drive Highway 101 past Yakats, I swear I see it through the fog. A pale shape at the edge of the cliffs, hair damp, hand raised as though waving, and always the faintest hum beneath the radio dial, waiting. Even now, telling this to you, I hear it in the background. Not a story, not memory, a call. The Siren Tower is still out there, and it doesn't let go, ever talk about it this much anymore. Most of the people I work with wouldn't understand. They'd laugh it off as stress, as fatigue from long hours alone on ridgelines and towers. Some would tell me I need rest. Others would say I need help. But none of them have heard what I've heard. None of them have stood at the base of that tower and felt the ground itself vibrate with a dead voice calling their name. So I've kept it to myself. Years now. I finished the contract work on the coast, but I've turned down every assignment within 50 miles of Yakats. If a project comes across my desk that even mentions that headland, I find a reason to decline. Most times, I don't even read the details. I just push it away, as if refusing the paper itself could keep the sound at bay. But it doesn't. I'll be out in the Cascades, miles from the ocean, setting up a small repeater for fire crews, and my handheld will crackle with an extra layer beneath the chatter. Not strong, not constant, just enough. a whisper beneath a weather update, a sigh during an equipment check. Always her. The first year after it happened, I thought maybe it would fade. Maybe grief was burning itself into my hearing and time would sand it down. But the longer it's gone on, the clearer it's become. The whispers are sharper now, sometimes words, sometimes just breath, and sometimes not her at all. The laughter comes at odd hours, a hollow, grating sound stretched like it's being pulled through the teeth of the tower itself. That sound is harder to live with than her voice, because, at least with her, there's memory. There's warmth, even in the grief. The laughter is nothing but cold. It doesn't want me to remember, it wants me to listen. That's the worst part. It's not that I'm hearing the past. It's that something out there is still speaking now. I've tried to pin it on science. That's what keeps me sane some nights. I read up on anomalous propagation, on tropospheric ducting, on how coastal fog can bend radio waves into strange shapes. I tell myself it's possible to catch voices from hundreds of miles away. I tell myself maybe there's a pirate operator somewhere, feeding recordings into dead frequencies. But then I remember the tape recorder, the way the reels spun with no tape inside, the way the door of that RV opened before I touched it, the way my sister's name was written in the logbook, ink still wet in a hand I'd watched lower into the earth. No explanation fits that. So I live with it. There are nights, usually when the weather turns, when the house creaks with pressure from the ocean wind, when I wake up convinced the tower is standing just beyond my window. I'll look out, and of course there's nothing but the neighbor's yard, the faint glow of a streetlight. But in my chest, in the marrow of my bones, I can feel it humming. I keep a radio by my bed, though I don't know why. Maybe because I'm afraid of silence now. Maybe because if I can hear the static, I know where the voice will come from and it won't surprise me out of nowhere. Sometimes it stays quiet for weeks. Long enough that I think maybe, finally, it's over. And then it comes back. The last time was just a few nights ago. Rain against the windows. The kind that hits in steady sheets, drowning out the rest of the world. I'd left the radio on low, dialed to nothing. Just white noise, like a wall between me and sleep. I must have drifted off because I woke to silence. The radio had gone dead, and then softly a knock on the wall beside my bed. Not on the door, not on the window. The wall. 3 taps. Slow. I lay there, frozen, every hair on my arms raised. My breath caught in my throat. The knock came again, lower this time, like it had moved down to the foundation. And then her voice, not from the radio, not from the wall, but from right beside my head on the pillow. Eli. I turned. Nothing, just the impression in the sheets where no one lay. I didn't sleep again that night. I don't think I'll ever really sleep again the way I used to. You might be wondering why I'm telling you all this now, why I'd risk putting words to something that doesn't want to be named. The truth is, I don't know how much longer I can keep it quiet. Because it's not just me anymore. Last week, I was working with a younger tech out near Waldport, training him on repeater calibration. Good kid, steady hands, fresh out of school. We were setting up the unit when his headset popped with static. He froze, pulled it off, frowned. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I told him no, too fast, too sharp. But I saw the look on his face, the way his eyes darted, the way he swallowed hard. He'd heard something. It's spreading. That's what I'm afraid of. That the tower isn't just a place, but a signal, a beacon, something that reaches farther every year. And if you've listened this far, if you've let my words carry into your ears, then maybe you've heard it too. Maybe you'll hear it tonight when you turn on the radio, when the fog slides against your window, when the house hums with the pressure of weather rolling in. Maybe you'll hear a voice that doesn't belong anymore. And if you do, don't answer. Don't climb. Don't follow it back to the cliffs, because once it knows your name, it doesn't let go. The siren tower is still there, hidden behind that gate, standing in the fog above the Oregon coast, and it's waiting. That closes the story at 5,000 plus words across all sections with the haunting unresolved, but deeply personal, documentary style. The desert teaches you to look up. Out there, where the sand spreads for miles and the wind carries no promises, the night sky is everything. It's weight, it's silence, it's the ceiling above your breath. That first night, parked in my RV at the edge of the Nevada basin, I couldn't help but tilt my head back against the cool metal siding and let my eyes drink it in. Stars shimmered in numbers my city-blinded vision had forgotten, and the Milky Way stretched across the blackness like a wound that refused to close. You see the desert sky differently. It's not just light, it's presence. And that was when I noticed it. A satellite, steady and quiet, carving its way across the heavens, a piece of man's machinery trespassing in the wild cathedral of the universe. I'd seen satellites before, countless times, but this one caught me. Maybe it was how deliberate it moved, tracing that perfect line across the stars, unblinking, undeniable, until it blinked. Not a twinkle like a star, not a fade like cloud cover, but a human blink. The kind that shutters everything into darkness for a split second and then opens again. My chest tightened. My hand slipped from the bottle of water I'd been holding, the condensation leaving a cold streak across my thigh. Satellites don't blink. My brain told me I'd misseen it, some optical illusion, maybe my own eyes drying in the desert air. But in my gut, I knew it wasn't that. I stood there, neck aching from staring up, every part of me tuned to that single pin of light crawling overhead. I whispered under my breath, a habit I'd picked up in years of solo camping. Don't make it real. Don't name it. Don't let it in. That's the thing about being alone in the desert. You learn quick that silence listens back. But the satellite blinked again. This time, longer. 3 seconds. Just enough for my mind to picture what an eye would look like that high up, closing slow, patient, and opening to see me. And then, from inside the RV, I heard it, the faint mechanical click of something turning on. I froze, one foot still planted in the sand, my hand on the warm aluminum door. Another click. Then the small digital beep I knew too well. My recorder. I'd left it on the counter after logging some thoughts earlier that evening. The red light must have come alive, because I could hear its whir, the faint hum of its wheels turning the tape. A second later, my phone buzzed from inside, the microphone app flashing awake, though I hadn't touched it. Then the dash camera in the RV, the one I'd hardwired to catch wildlife movement. Its soft chime floated out into the night. Everything was recording. I stepped inside, the dry heat of the desert replaced with the stale coolness of my RV. The lights stayed off. I didn't dare reach for the switch. Instead, I watched the red eyes staring back at me. Recorder, phone, dash cam, even the cheap baby monitor I'd repurposed to listen for coyotes outside. Every device was awake, listening, capturing. I stood still, afraid to even breathe, and then my own voice filled the room. The recorder had started playing back, words I hadn't yet said. You saw it blink. You shouldn't have looked back. My mouth went dry. My hand trembled as I reached for the device, but it clicked again and stopped. Only silence. I pressed my palm to the counter, the plastic surface still warm from the sun that had bled into it hours earlier. My heart thundered against my ribs, louder than the desert itself. This was supposed to be just another trip. My name's Eli. I'm 36 years old, and I've been RV camping alone for the better part of a decade. I go to the places that most people drive past, the forgotten campgrounds, the desert pull-offs, the lonely ridges where no cell towers reach. It's not about running from people, though sometimes I tell myself it is. It's about running towards silence. Silence doesn't judge. It doesn't remind you of the things you've lost or the father you never made peace with before he died. Silence in the wild feels like the only thing honest anymore. But that night, silence felt like a trap. I picked up the recorder, hands slick with sweat, and shut it down. The red light died, leaving only my reflection in the RV's darkened window, my face ghosted by starlight. That was when I noticed something outside. A glow, faint and flickering, cast across the dirt. I leaned closer to the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. It wasn't firelight, wasn't headlights. It was the satellite, still crossing overhead, but now it pulsed faintly, in rhythm. And every pulse seemed to sync with something inside me, like the beat of my own heart, but off by a second, dragging me into its rhythm. I backed away from the window, my breathing shallow. Fear has a way of warping your logic, bending it until it serves only itself. I told myself it was just some rare phenomenon, just a trick. But in the pit of my stomach, the truth whispered, "It's looking at you. It knows your name." And maybe that's why, against every instinct screaming in my chest, I spoke out loud. "My name's Eli. Who are you?" The second the words left my lips, every device in the RV answered. My phone screen lit up with the voice memo app recording. The recorder clicked, playing back the same phrase I had just said, but distorted, as if someone else was saying it alongside me. The dash camera's red indicator blinked faster, capturing me in its lens. Even the baby monitor gave a static hiss, whispering syllables that didn't belong to me. That was the first moment I realized the desert sky had answered back. And once you realize that, once you open that door, it doesn't close again. The silence that followed wasn't silence at all. It was layered, textured, alive. I could hear the faint crackle of my baby monitor, the low hum of the dash camera, the hiss of air slipping through the seams of the RV's frame. Every sound stacked on itself, crowding the space until it felt like the desert had pressed its ear against my thin aluminum walls. My name, Eli, echoed once more, this time not from the recorder, but whispered low, a voice slipping beneath the static like someone crouched outside and speaking through a vent. I turned sharply, staring at the RV's back door. My whole body was tense, my shoulders drawn up, jaw locked so tight my teeth hurt. My first instinct was to flick on every light I had, to flood the space with electricity, to reclaim the illusion of control. But I stopped myself. Fear makes you reckless, and in the desert, recklessness kills faster than any phantom. Instead, I sank into the booth seat, breathing shallow, listening. That's when my phone vibrated again. Not just the voice recorder now, it was dialing. The screen glowed blue against the darkness, and a number I didn't recognize lit up. No area code, no digits at all, really. Just one word on the screen, listen. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. The phone switched to speaker automatically, as though I'd answered. And out of it came not a voice, not exactly, but the sound of myself. Breathing. Every inhale, every exhale, exactly as I was doing in real time, just a fraction of a second delayed. I slapped the phone face down on the table, but the sound didn't stop. I could hear myself through every device now, recorder, dash cam, monitor. The desert wasn't silent. It was holding me in its throat. When you're alone out there, you start to bargain with your own fear. You say, maybe it's a glitch. Maybe my equipment's picking up interference from a military base. I wasn't too far from Tonopah, after all. Maybe some tech I didn't understand was bouncing my voice around. But that's denial talking, and denial doesn't keep you alive. Instinct does. And my instinct was telling me to run. I snatched the keys from the counter, my palms slick against the worn plastic. The RV groaned awake when I turned the ignition, engine coughing like an old man disturbed from sleep. I threw it into drive and rolled fast over the dirt, kicking up a cloud behind me. The headlights cut across the basin, sweeping rock and scrub, searching for a road that felt like escape. But the desert has a way of folding in on itself. You think you've gone far, but you're still in the same place. 10 minutes down the track, the sky still looked identical. The same stars frozen above, the same satellite pulsing faintly with that blink. I craned my neck up, one hand white-knuckled on the wheel, and realized something worse. It wasn't moving anymore. The satellite. It hovered. It fixed directly above me, blinking slow and deliberate, in rhythm with my pounding chest. That's when the dashcam beeped again, unprompted, and its tiny screen flickered alive. I nearly swerved when I saw what it showed. Not the desert road in front of me, not the interior of my RV. It showed me, sitting in the booth where I'd been only minutes ago, head bowed, hands on the table, lips moving. And in that grainy, colorless recording, I looked up and locked eyes with the lens. I slammed the brakes. The RV jolted to a stop, throwing my body forward against the seatbelt. My breath came hard, ragged, sweat dripping into my eyes. I stared at that tiny screen, at my own face looking back at me from a place I wasn't anymore. My lips on the recording parted, and with static fuzz crackling over the cheap speaker, my voice bled out. "Why did you leave?" I turned off the camera, yanked the cord out. I told myself not to look up, not to give it what it wanted. But my eyes betrayed me, and the sky was waiting. That satellite blinked again, slow, patient, and in the thick silence of the desert night, I swore I heard it whisper my name. Not through a device, not through a recording, through the air itself, carried like dust on the wind. Eli! My stomach twisted, nausea rising sharp. I thought of my father then, how he used to take me camping out past Needles when I was a boy, how he'd tell me the desert had its own language. "It speaks," he'd say, pointing to the cracks in the dirt, the howl of coyotes, the shifting stars. "It speaks, but you don't always want to know what it's saying." He died 2 years ago, lungs eaten away by the mine dust he swore he'd never let kill him. I hadn't been there at the end, hadn't answered his last call. And now, sitting in the driver's seat, sweat cooling on my skin, I wondered if the desert was saying his words back to me. If the satellite wasn't a machine at all, but an eye, a mouth, something that watched those of us who trespassed too deep into its silence. The RV hummed beneath me, engine idling, headlights cutting a pale tunnel into the empty road. I could go forward. I could turn back. But the truth dug in its claws. There was nowhere to go. The satellite wasn't above the desert anymore. It was above me, always above me. And when every device inside the RV lit up again in unison, microphones open, cameras recording, I realized something that made my blood run cold. It wasn't interested in the desert. It was interested in me. The engine's idle growl became unbearable, like a throat clearing itself over and over. I killed the ignition, and the desert fell into a silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. The sudden absence of sound made me aware of smaller things. My pulse hammering in my temples, the soft tap of sweat dripping from my jaw onto the steering wheel, the faint whir of my devices still alive even though I'd shut the power down. My RV was supposed to be a sanctuary, a steel cocoon to keep the world out. Now it felt like a sieve, every wall thin, every seam pried open, everything that should have been mine leaking out into the desert night. I thought about stepping outside, about putting real ground under my boots, but fear stitched me to the driver's seat. The satellite was still overhead. I didn't need to check. I felt its presence like a hand hovering an inch above my scalp, never touching but never letting me forget. And then I heard it. The recorder clicked again, spooling tape, though I'd smashed the button down earlier. My voice filled the cabin, but not my words. It was me. Yes, but saying things I had never said. It doesn't move unless you speak. It doesn't blink unless you look. Don't look, Eli. Don't. I snatched the recorder off the dash, my hand shaking so bad I nearly dropped it. The tape hissed, warped, and then spat out a laugh. A laugh that was almost mine, but not quite. The sound of someone trying my voice on for size. I threw the recorder hard against the floor, and the battery popped loose, clattering across the linoleum. For a moment, silence returned. Then the baby monitor crackled to life. At first, it was just static, a low hiss like wind moving across sand. Then came the whisper, so faint I almost convinced myself it wasn't there. "Open the door." I pressed my palms to my ears, shutting it out, but the whisper only grew louder, bleeding into my head, bypassing my ears entirely. I could feel the words vibrating in my skull. "Open the door." Fear does strange things. Sometimes it paralyzes. Sometimes it forces you into action. That night, it pushed me into a decision I still can't explain. My body moved before my brain gave permission. I unlatched the door and stepped out into the desert. The air hit me sharp and cold. The sand crunched beneath my boots, the grit of it dry against my teeth as I inhaled. I looked up, against my better judgment. The satellite was closer. Not physically closer. That's impossible, I told myself, but perceptually. The way it blinked now filled half the sky, its rhythm stealing the beat of my heart until the two were indistinguishable. I felt lightheaded, as though standing on the deck of a ship that pitched in invisible waves. Then every device inside the RV began broadcasting at once. My own voice rose up in a chorus behind me, spilling from every speaker, every mic. You shouldn't have come out here. You shouldn't have opened the door. The words were layered, multiplied, distorted into something both familiar and alien. It was my voice, but it was learning, growing smoother with each repetition, shedding the imperfections until it wasn't just mimicking me. It was becoming me. And then I heard another voice layered beneath, not mine, a rasp, low and hollow. You left him. I froze. My throat tightened. My father. Those were the last words I'd avoided, the guilt I carried, the call I hadn't answered. The desert had dragged it out of me, as though silence itself had kept the receipt of my regrets and was now cashing them in. I stumbled backward, my boots sinking into loose sand, eyes wide on that pulsing blink above. You left him, the voice said again, sharper, cutting. I shouted back, though my own words cracked. He wouldn't have wanted me there. The desert ate my protest, swallowing it into the night. The only reply was the chorus of my devices echoing me, warping the denial until it sounded weak, pathetic, untrue. I turned back toward the RV, desperate to shut it all down, to disconnect, to run. But something stopped me cold. In the window of my RV booth, the same spot where I'd seen myself on the dash cam earlier, there was a figure. Not me. Not quite. It had my outline, my posture, but its head tilted too far, its shoulders hunched wrong. Its mouth moved, forming words I couldn't hear, though I didn't need to. It was rehearsing. Rehearsing being me. My knees nearly buckled. I stumbled forward, fumbling for the handle, but the RV door slammed shut with a violence that rattled the entire frame. I pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Inside, the figure turned its head slowly toward me, its face pale against the glass. And then, in perfect unison with the satellite overhead, it blinked. I staggered back into the sand, burst gasping for air, heart a wild drumbeat in my chest. The satellite blinked again. The figure blinked again. Both in rhythm, both in sync with me. That was when I realized the desert hadn't just been listening. It was replacing. I backed away from the RV like it had caught fire. My boots dragged furrows in the dirt, my chest heaving, the night pressing down heavy as stone. I'd thought of my RV as an anchor, my one tether to sanity out here in the vast emptiness. But now, staring at that figure inside, a version of me that wasn't me, I realized I had nothing solid to cling to anymore. The desert wasn't empty. It was crowded with reflections, echoes, replacements. The figure in the booth raised its hand. My hand. The motion was jerky at first, puppet-like, then smoothed into something disturbingly natural. It placed its palm flat against the glass. I wanted to tell myself it was just light tricks, just stress, just exhaustion. But the cold truth burned deeper. It was waiting for me to mirror it. It wanted to see if I'd raise my hand back. I clenched my fists at my sides. "You're not me," I whispered, my voice shredding in my throat. From inside, the figure's lips curved into a smile I hadn't worn in years. Crooked, knowing, edged with something cruel. It was the smile I'd given once, long ago, when I lied to my father about why I couldn't come home. I hadn't smiled like that since. But here it was, staring back at me, stitched to my reflection like an old scar. Above, the satellite pulsed again, each blink dragging time out longer, stretching the silence until my knees wobbled. The devices inside the RV sang my name again in chorus. Eli, Eli. But layered in, thin as a hairline crack, was a new sound. Breathing. Not mine, not in sync. Slow, deliberate inhales. Labored exhales. The kind of breathing you hear when someone is inches from your ear in the dark. I turned fast, scanning the open desert. My headlights still carved their weak tunnel, but beyond that, only blackness. No movement, no life. Just the endless flat and the jagged ridges far off, and yet I could feel it. Someone close, close enough their breath fogged the back of my neck. I spun back toward the RV. The figure was gone. The booth was empty. My reflection stared at me in the glass, pale and wild-eyed, chest heaving. Relief surged sharp for a second until the door handle rattled. From the inside, I stumbled back again, every muscle screaming at me to run, but my legs refused. The door rattled harder, the whole frame shaking like something clawed at it from within. My phone, still lying face down in the dirt where I dropped it, lit up. Against the sand, its glow burned like an ember. The screen showed the camera feed, pointed at me. Not as I was, but as I would be. Blood smeared across my temple, dirt caked on my face, eyes rolled back white. My gut lurched. I kicked the phone, sent it skidding into the dark, but its screen kept glowing, rolling, still showing me dead on the desert floor. The RV door creaked then, slow, deliberate. It didn't swing wide, just enough for the dark slit to show. I expected the figure. I expected my double. What came instead was sound, not words, not human. A chorus of static whispers overlapping, each one tugging at the edges of words I half recognized, phrases I'd spoken to friends, to strangers, to myself in solitude. Hundreds of my voices piled on top of each other, trying to stitch themselves into a single coherent person, trying to assemble me. I ran. Finally, my body listened. I turned from the RV and sprinted across the basin, sand kicking up behind me, lungs burning, the night swallowing me whole. I didn't care where I was going, only that it was away. My boots struck stone, then dirt, then loose gravel. The desert stretched endless, but I pushed harder, faster, until my throat seared and my vision swam. But you can't outrun the sky. When I risked a glance upward, the satellite hadn't stayed behind. It glided with me, pinned in the exact same spot above my head. Blink, blink, blink. Each pulse casting the desert around me in faint waves of silver. I stumbled, knees buckling, and collapsed to the dirt, gasping. The desert floor was cold against my palms, the grit embedding into my skin. I stayed there, trembling, half praying, half cursing. My breath fogged in the air, though the night was dry. And when I finally looked up again, there was no RV in sight, just open desert. My lifeline, my anchor, it was gone. And then, from the dark horizon, headlights bloomed, a vehicle. Relief surged like fire in my chest. I staggered to my feet, waving, shouting, "Hey, hey, over here!" My voice cracked raw, but the lights grew closer, steady, real. Salvation on wheels. But as they neared, something gnawed at my gut. Too steady, too deliberate. No sway of suspension over bumps, no engine growl carried on the air. Just two perfect beams cutting through the dark, gliding across the basin like eyes unblinking. When they reached me, I saw it wasn't a vehicle at all, just light. Just two impossibly bright orbs hovering above the ground, and behind them in the glow, a shape. My outline walking toward me, arms swinging wrong, head tilted like it hadn't practiced enough. It smiled my crooked smile, and above it, the satellite blinked once more. It moved like a thought I didn't want. There before I knew it, wearing my shape like a jacket that didn't quite fit. The two orbs hovered at its shoulders as if they were teaching it how light should sit on flesh. And its walk improved with every step, studying me the way a mirror studies a face and decides which parts to keep. I backed up until my heels hit an outcrop, a low shelf of basalt that had been baked and broken by 100 summers. The rock was cool, and it steadied me in a way no logic could. I pressed my palm to it, forced my breath into an ugly, uneven rhythm, the kind no machine would choose on purpose. "Illy," it said in my voice, and the name was a blade sliding easy between my ribs. It wasn't just mimicking the sound, it had learned the weight of old guilt in the syllables. "You left him." The last word stretched too long, a vowel thinned out until it snapped. I squinted past it, my left scanning the basin for any angle that would break the sky's line of sight. My father used to say that about desert wind. You don't stop the wind, you step behind a rock and let it forget you. There was a wash cut into the earth maybe 50 yards off, the kind flash floods chew out and abandon. If I could get down into that throat of dirt and shadow, maybe the satellite would lose the contour of me, and maybe my devices would have nothing to latch onto but each other. The thing in front of me cocked its head, as if it had heard my thought and liked it. "Don't," it said, softer now, and in the soft I heard my father's voice borrowing mine. "Stay. We can fix it." I bolted. Not a clean sprinter's start, not the sort of run you see in movies, just my body throwing itself away from the circle of light and into the dark with the stubbornness of a mule. Gravel slid underfoot, a sharp sting lancing my ankle, but I didn't stop. The orbs moved in a lazy glide, like they had all the time in the world to reach me, and their patience terrified me more than speed would have. I dropped into the wash, sand giving way beneath, and rolled, filling my mouth with grit and my nose with the dry, medicinal smell of creosote. The sky narrowed to a torn strip overhead. The blink went from impossible to tolerable, like a metronome heard through a wall. The chorus of my devices softened, bled outward until it was only suggestion. Down here, the night felt like a different animal, quieter, heavier. I pressed my back to the wash's cool wall and waited for the shape to peer over the lip. It didn't. The light hovered above for a moment, then slid away, reluctant, as if the desert itself were telling it no. My heartbeat slowed from hammer to knock. I counted the seconds between blinks without looking, feeling them in the pressure behind my eyes. 1, 5, 8, no, 7. Then my breath wrecked the count. I forced the rhythm to tangle on purpose. Inhale short, exhale long. 2 quick breaths, a long hold. I remembered something from a mine tour my father took me on when I was 12, how the old-timers would mess with the rhythm of their lamps when the air got thin to stop their brains from falling into the same slow drum as the tunnels. "Don't let a place give you its breathing," he'd said, tapping my chest with a dirty finger. "Keep your own." A low rustle carried down the wash, my whole body locked. The orbs, the shape, coyotes. The rustle came again, followed by a crunch of gravel and a hissed curse, human and unnervingly ordinary. A beam of light cut across the wall opposite me, small, shaky, a headlamp. Then a silhouette appeared around the bend. A woman, slight and bundled in a windbreaker, hair tied back. She ducked when she saw me, then raised both hands in that universal finning, "I'm not a threat" posture. "Hey," she whispered, breathless. "You okay?" My mouth opened, but what came out on reflex was suspicion. If the desert could build a version of me, why not her? "How long have you been down here?" I asked. Since the blinking," she said, like it explained everything. In the thin slice of light, her face was older than her voice, late 40s, maybe 50, with a crosshatch of lines around her eyes that camp life writes on people. "I'm Lena. Camped off the service road near the old cattle tank. My partner's in the rig." She swallowed. "He wouldn't come out. Everything started recording. Hearing it from someone else should have made it real. Instead, it made me more afraid." "Does it sound like you?" I asked. She nodded, eyes hard. "And like him. And like no one." "What does your partner's voice say?" "Come inside." Mine said, "Open the door." Her lamp jittered, and I realized her hand shook. The headband's elastic had a camp store logo, the kind you buy because it's there, not because it's good. There was dirt under her nails, a small callus along her index finger where a steering wheel rubs. Details, human and accidental. The mimic had to learn, had to rehearse. Life writes itself with mistakes. "Eli," I said, and felt stupid introducing my name to someone who had probably already heard it whispered by the sky. "I figured," she said, and her voice softened around it. "You yelled it." She tilted her head up. "You feel it change in here?" "I think the walls mess with it," I said. "Good," she said. "Let's mess back." We walked the wash in a crouch, careful as thieves. The headlamp's beam showed us where the sand gave way to rock, where rabbit tracks scribbled wild, then vanished into nothing. Above, the blink kept its patient count. I forced my own to stagger. We passed a place where floodwater had stacked branches like bones. I tugged one free, a length of driftwood, bleached and smooth. A club by generosity, a stick by truth. "How long have you been camping out here?" she asked. "Years," I said. "Alone mostly." She made a little sound. "We're new at the long trips," she said. "Marco retired in June. We said we were going to be those people with maps marked up like they're planning a heist. This was supposed to be a practice run. Easy desert, big sky, overnights near service roads." Her mouth twisted. "I wanted a picture of the Milky Way to send the kids." "Did you see it blink?" I asked. Like it knew the word. she said, like it had learned it and was proud to show us. We reached a bend where the wash narrowed into a slot no wider than my shoulders. The rock here was cold like a mouth that hadn't spoken in a while. I squeezed in sideways, Lena behind me. The blink narrowed further, more faint. The chorus of devices faded until only one thing remained, the small electric tick of my watch as it chewed time. I unbuckled it and slipped it into my pocket, unwilling to offer it up. Marco won't turn the lights on, Lena said behind me, voice compressed by stone. He says it's safer in the dark. But the dark wants him. It says so in his voice. I tried to picture a solution not made of hope. If we stay in the slots till daylight. It was still blinking at sunset, she said. And it was blinking in the afternoon, if I'm honest. I thought it was a plain strobe until it slowed. She sucked in a breath. He thinks it's for us. I didn't ask whether she meant the blink or the desert. Both answers were bad. We came out into a wider chamber where the wash had scoured a bowl out of the earth. The floor was a mosaic of cracked mud, the kind that looks like it was made by a giant bored child. I knelt and put my palm flat on it. My father used to tell me to leave marks when I lost the trail, I said. Big ones. Ugly ones the land can't shrug off in a gust. I took the driftwood and carved letters into the drying clay, each stroke gritty and loud. I am me. I felt ridiculous. I kept going. I am me, and I am here. Lena watched, not judging. When I was done, she took the stick and added a line beneath in letters smaller but steadier. So am I. A tremor ran through the bowl, not an earthquake. A sound wave you could feel, like a bass note too low to hear. The letters fuzzed at the edges, the clay powdering. Above us, the blink paused, then resumed with a new patience. It doesn't like us keeping our own tempo, Lena said. We have to make ours stick, I said. Find metal. Find a box. Why? Faraday, I said, dredging up a word my father liked to say because it made him feel clever. If it's using our devices, we take them away. Shield what we can. Make it listen to nothing. We don't have gear, she said. Then we use what the desert gives. I said, hearing the foolishness and saying it anyway. I fished in my pocket and pulled out the only sheet of metal I had, the folded emergency blanket I'd never once unfolded because I'd never once let things get this bad. The mylar crinkled like a thing that wanted to be loud. I glanced at her. You got one? She did, crammed in the bottom of her day pack. Together, we spread the blankets and pressed them into the contours of the bowl, awkward and insufficient. We wrapped our phones. The baby monitor I realized had clung to my belt like a bad habit. The little recorder whose battery I'd jarred loose then jammed back in without thinking. We made a sloppy nest of silver. The sound above us faltered. The chorus outside dimmed, like a crowd putting hands over mouths. The blink's rhythm hiccuped once, twice. I closed my eyes and let the smallness reach me. The bowl, the rock, the grit in my teeth, the shared labor of two people trying not to be eaten by the sky. The desert stopped feeling like an audience and more like a stage you could choose your blocking on. I breathed my ugly rhythm and waited for the thing in my shape to make the next move. It did. Eli, my voice called from the wash's entrance, wrong in ways that would not be wrong much longer. Lena, it learned her name, rolled it like a marble in my mouth. Come up. We're fine down here, Lena said, and the steadiness of her tone sent a tiny shiver of gratitude through me. It's cold, the voice said. The orb's light feathered along the far wall, touching rock like a curious hand. You're tired. Come inside. We didn't answer. The light withdrew. We heard the small sound of grit sliding like feet learning how to shift weight. Another pause. Another blink. Then our nest of mylar shivered as a breeze found its way into the bowl, the silver whispering like a school of fish turning in unison. The recorder clicked, the baby monitor hissed. My phone vibrated once against foil, and wrapped or not, I heard it. Not from a speaker, from inside the device, like a heart learning to beat. Eli, it said, and the word had lost my guilt and found someone else's patience. There's something you left in the booth. The image hit me like a thrown rock, the closed notebook under the RV's table where I kept the letters I never sent. including the one I had written to my father a week after he died and never mailed to anyone. I had told myself the trip was to scatter some of his ashes I hadn't asked to keep and hadn't been given. The letter was all I had. If the thing inside my RV had touched it, if it had read me through old paper, then there was no shield left that was truly mine. "We have to go back," I said, and Lena made a small, angry sound that meant she agreed and hated agreeing at the same time. "Then we go stupid," she said. "We move without looking up. And we don't speak unless we choose it," I said. "No answering our names, no answering at all." We wrapped the mylar around our shoulders despite the heat because it felt like armor. We tucked the devices deep in our silver nest, left them humming like moths in a jar. I took the driftwood club because holding anything felt better than holding fear. And together we climbed toward the torn strip of sky, not running this time, not rushing, keeping our line of sight tight, our breath ruinous, our tempo our own. At the lip of the wash, we stopped. The basin lay flat and bright like it had been scrubbed clean. In the distance, a shape gleamed where our rigs should have been. Not headlights, not orbs. The square glare of an RV window lit from within. Home as a trap, the blink overhead slowed to a benevolent lullaby. "Marco," Lena whispered, "because names are leashes and love pulls hard." She took a step. The desert tilted toward us, an invitation disguised as level ground. "Wait," I said, and my hand found her sleeve, and the two of us balanced on the edge of leaving and returning, while the sky above pretended it hadn't learned our breath at all. Lena froze beneath my hand, her sleeve stiff with grit, her muscles coiled like a wire pulled too tight. The desert air smelled strange now. Ozone, like the crackle before lightning, but drier, thinner, almost metallic. My throat burned when I drew it in. Above us, the satellite's blink slowed again, stretching out so long I thought it had finally stopped. But it opened, wider this time, like a lid peeling back to reveal something that wasn't supposed to be seen. The glow from the RV window sat across the basin like a promise we both wanted to believe. It looked warm, familiar, steady, and that was the danger. Fear makes you run, but longing makes you walk straight into the snare. Lena leaned toward it unconsciously, her shoulders softening, her breathing syncing with the blink's slow rhythm. I tugged her back, rougher than I meant. "That's not him," I hissed, though my own chest ached with the thought of stepping inside and finding her partner waiting with a mug of coffee, smiling sheepishly about the whole ordeal. Her eyes flashed, wet with anger and hope fighting inside them. "You don't know that," she snapped, voice trembling. "You don't know." The RV's glow brightened, washing across the dirt until it stretched unnaturally far, the light falling at our feet like a road. I knew that glow. It was too even, too clean. Not a bulb or a lamp, more like a screen trying to trick the desert into believing in home. And then, from inside that square of light, a shadow crossed. Broad shoulders, slow step, a man's outline. Lena gasped. "Marco." I couldn't stop her this time. She slipped free of my grip and started down the incline, her boots crunching in rhythm with the blink overhead. The desert felt like it was leaning with her, every grain of sand conspiring to pull her closer. "Lena, wait." My voice cracked the silence, too sharp, and instantly every device we'd buried in foil shrieked to life in unison from the wash behind us. Muffled but furious like bees clawing to escape a jar. My name bled through the static. Eli, Eli, Eli. The desert answered to sound. I'd just given it mine again. The figure in the RV window turned at the same moment. I swear I saw its face, not Marco's, not anyone's. Just a blur of features, shifting, grasping, practicing. It smiled with my mouth. "Lena," I screamed again, because the worst mistake is sometimes the one you can't stop making. She stumbled, but didn't stop, eyes fixed on that square of impossible warmth. I didn't think. I ran after her. My legs were heavy, like wading through water, the desert itself trying to slow me down. Each blink overhead tugged my stride, trying to sink it, trying to pull me into its rhythm. I forced my knees higher, forced my lungs into a brutal stutter of breath. Ugly, broken mine. I caught her halfway across the basin, just as the RV door creaked open. The sound rolled across the desert like a sigh. She fought me when I grabbed her, nails scraping my forearm. "It's him," she sobbed. "He needs me." The door yawned wider, and inside I saw the booth. My notebook sitting on the table, and a figure with my back turned, shoulders hunched, writing. I nearly let go of her. My knees buckled at the sight. My chest burned with the weight of everything unsaid. My father's letter was in there. My regrets, my cowardice, the parts of me I'd buried in ink. That figure wasn't just pretending to be me. It was finishing me. The blink overhead froze. For the first time, it didn't open again. The desert held its breath, and in that pause, I made the worst choice and the only one I had. I dragged Lena back, away from the glow, away from the open door. She screamed, thrashed, cursed my name, her voice shredding itself on the night air. The doorframe brightened with an unnatural light, the figure inside lifting its head in slow, deliberate increments until its face began to turn. I didn't let myself see what it looked like. I couldn't. If I did, I wasn't sure I'd still know which face was mine. We stumbled back into the wash, collapsing against the cool walls as the glow from the RV began to fade behind us. The desert exhaled again. The blink resumed, slower than before, patient as ever. Lena sobbed into her hands, her body shaking so hard I felt it in the stone under me. "That was him," she whispered. "It had to be him." I wanted to tell her the truth, that nothing inside that light belonged to us anymore. But my throat closed on the words. I thought about my father's letter, about the way the figure hunched over it, writing in my stead. If it could finish my sentences, could it finish my life? Could it live it better than I ever had? The desert didn't just want to copy us, it wanted to improve us, and maybe, just maybe, that was the most terrifying part. Lena's sobs thinned into ragged breaths, her face buried in her hands, her body rocking in the cramped hollow of the wash. I sat with my back against the stone, staring up at that strip of night, the blink still pulsing with a patience that wasn't patience at all. It was inevitability. Every time it shuttered closed, I swore I felt the earth lean a little closer, like the whole desert was bending to listen. I thought of the figure hunched in my booth, writing. The image wouldn't leave me. The notebook had been mine, the words had been mine, the mistakes mine. But if it finished them, if it told the story in my place, what would be left of me? Would I still be the one who failed to answer my father's last call, or would that weight belong to the thing now? Would my sins get reassigned, or would I just become the silence it needed to fill? Lena lifted her head slowly, her eyes raw and wet. "If that wasn't Marco," she whispered, "then where is he?" I didn't have an answer. I thought of the shadow at the booth, the blur of features that weren't quite mine. What if that was Marco once? What if it had already folded him into its script, smoothed his voice until it fit, and left Lena only the shell to love? The thought cut through me sharper than fear. Losing yourself was one thing. Losing someone else was a theft you couldn't forgive. The desert answered her question in its own way. The baby monitor, wrapped in foil back in our makeshift nest, gave a muffled hiss we could still hear. Through the tinny distortion, Marco's voice rose, too clear, too rehearsed. "Lena, come home. It's cold." Her whole body flinched, then strained toward the sound. Her fingers dug into the stone, her breath hitching like she'd been stabbed. "He's alive," she gasped. "He's alive." But I heard it differently. The cadence was wrong, the pauses too exact, the tenderness so perfect it became counterfeit. Real voices stumble. Real love shakes at the edges. This one didn't. This one was polished like it had sanded off the humanity. "No," I said firmly, more to keep myself steady than to convince her. "That's not him. It's what it made of him." She turned on me then, eyes blazing with a desperate fury. "And what if you're wrong? What if you're just afraid to let anyone back in? What if you'd rather believe in ghosts than believe someone could come back?" Her words gutted me, because in them I heard my father's voice again, the call I didn't take, the silence I gave him instead. Maybe I was afraid to let anyone back in. Maybe the desert didn't have to build a copy of me. Maybe I'd left enough hollow spaces for it to crawl inside on its own. Above, the blink quickened. Not steady this time. Erratic testing. A teacher tapping chalk against a board, waiting for students to repeat the rhythm. I clenched the driftwood club in my hand. "We move," I said, though I didn't know where. Staying still felt like letting the blink write the next line for us. We climbed deeper into the wash, our shoulders scraping against walls that narrowed, rock flaking into our hair. The air cooled until it bit, and with it came a smell that didn't belong in the desert. Wet earth, moss, rot. The wash should have been bone dry. Instead, the ground darkened under our boots, mud sucking at us like a mouth. We rounded a bend, and there it was. Water. Pooled black in a depression, its surface smooth as glass. In the reflection, the sky was wrong. The stars warped, pulled into arcs like fingerprints smeared across the night. And at the center, the satellite hovered larger, closer, its blink rippling the water as if it were the true sky and we were the reflection. Lena stared into it, breathless. "It's watching through both." The pool vibrated. A ripple spread across it, though no stone had fallen. Then another, and then voices, bubbling up through the water as if rising from deep beneath. Mine, hers, Marco's, my father's, all at once tangled together. "You left him. You should come home. It's cold. I am me." The last voice was mine, raw, the words I'd scratched into the mud bowl earlier. But here it was mocking, repeating until it fractured. "I am me, I am me, I am me." The phrase collapsed into nonsense until the sound of my own identity grated like metal. Lena staggered forward, hands outstretched, drawn to the pool as if it were a doorway. The surface quivered, reflecting her face, but not as she was. Younger, smoother, her shoulders straight with the posture of years she no longer had. It showed her as she might have been, not as she was. And her eyes filled with a grief so sharp it broke something in me to watch. "Don't," I said, voice shaking. "That's not you." She knelt, fingertips grazing the surface. The younger reflection smiled up at her, lips moving in silence. I couldn't hear the words, but I didn't need to. They were the same trap I'd nearly fallen into at the booth. The same invitation. I grabbed her shoulders, yanking her back hard. "That's not you," I shouted again, my voice cracking against the stone walls. The pool erupted. Water sprayed, a sudden geyser with no source, drenching us in freezing wet. The sound of voices screamed up with it, deafening, 100 versions of us bellowing our own names until they tore meaning apart. The satellite blinked once more and the wash went dark. When my vision cleared, the pool was gone. Only cracked earth remained, dry as it had always been. My clothes clung cold to my skin, though there was no trace of water. Lena collapsed against the wall, trembling, her eyes wide and empty. I touched her shoulder, gently this time. "It wants to erase us," I whispered. "Replace us with something it thinks is better." Her lips parted, barely moving. And what if it's right? That thought landed heavier than all the rest. Because in my heart, I wasn't sure I disagreed. I didn't answer her. I let the question sit between us like another mouth in the stone, open and hungry. The desert hadn't invented our worst thoughts. It had only amplified them, given them a microphone and a metronome. My father's voice had always been gentler than my guilt made it. He would have called this what it was, a test that doesn't care about you, only about whether you'll keep your footing when the ground decides to move. I closed my eyes and felt for a steadier place inside my ribs. It wasn't courage. It was just the refusal to let the blink choose the beat. "We're going back," I said finally. The words tasted like metal. "For your partner if he's there. For my notebook if it's not." Lena's jaw clenched at the mention of Marco. Hope and hurt kept trading places behind her eyes like two people pacing the same short hallway. "How?" she asked. "It wants us to look. It wants us to answer." "We make looking expensive," I said. "We make answering ugly." I pulled the crackling mylar back around my shoulders and tore a strip free with my teeth. "Hoods," I said, and the absurdity of the word almost made me laugh. "We reflect what it tries to send down. We keep our eyes to the dirt. We move in prime numbers, 5 steps, pause, 2 steps, pause, 3, pause, anything that fights its rhythm." "Prime numbers," she repeated, not mocking me the way I half deserved. She tugged her own blanket tight, then wrapped another strip around her head. until only a thin slit remained. And if it talks? We don't, I said, unless we pick the words in the moment. No names, not even each other's. We climbed, not straight up, but in the stuttering pattern we'd promised, counting under breath. 5, stop. 2, stop. 3, stop. 11. The wash spit us back into the open basin like a throat giving up a bone. The sky widened. The blink leaned in, hopeful, patient, the teacher back at the board. My hood crackled. Heat gathered around my face and made every breath a small negotiation. The mylar caught the satellite's pale flashes and broke them into shards that skittered across the ground. The square of light that had pretended to be my RV's window had gone dim, but not dark. It pulsed now, not in time with the blink, but trying, like the thing inside was still learning how to match the sky's eyelid. I kept my gaze low. Boots, gravel, the white chalk of alkali dust that took footprints too easily and kept them too long. Prime steps, wrong breaths. A tune hummed deep in my throat that I hadn't thought about in years, 4 broken bars of a lullaby my father had sung off-key. I missed the last note on purpose every time. Halfway across the basin, a voice reached for us, mild and domestic as water running in a sink. Coffee's on. Not mine, not hers. Someone else the desert had been practicing when we weren't listening. The mylar made the sound tinny. It came to me like a memory I didn't own. I didn't flinch. I tasted dust and counted another 2 steps. We reached the RV at an angle, keeping the blink at our backs, keeping the window a blur at the edge of sight. The door was closed again. The latch felt warm under my fingers, warmed by a light that didn't obey the desert night. I set my hand, then stopped. Something inside me insisted on a test, not because I trusted my own cleverness, because if I didn't build a story I could live inside, the desert would build one for me. I took the marker from the side pocket of my pack, the fat black one I used to label fuel cans, and wrote across the aluminum door in block letters, I am me. Then I wrote it again, uglier, stretching the letters wrong, dragging the strokes so they bled. The door stared my words back at me in matte black. I didn't look up to see if the sky blinked approval or disappointment. I cracked the door and slipped inside, keeping the mylar slit aimed at the floor. The smell hit first. Hot plastic, electrical breath, the faint sweetness of old coffee, burned to tar on a cold plate. I moved by memory, 2 paces to the booth, hand slides under the table's lip, fingertips brush the cheap particle board rail, find the notebook where it's wedged in the shadow. I touched cardboard and froze. The cover was warm, not from the day's heat, from use. Paper whispered like skin. The notebook opened itself against my palm, pages breathing. Words crawled the lines where I had left them blank. My handwriting improved. No crossouts, no hesitations. My father's name written without the stagger I never quite forgave myself for. The letter dated with the day he died, not the week after. The apology I never made, phrased in a way he might have believed. A cold slid along my spine that had nothing to do with air. For a long second, the temptation was so strong it ceased to be temptation. I could believe this was better. I could let this finish me, be the version of my voice that deserved to be kept. The blink above the roof seemed to slow, as if it too were willing to wait for me to choose. Somewhere to my right, the dash cam chirped awake, hungry. Its tiny screen had learned a new trick. It showed me the booth from a future I didn't want. My mylar hood torn off, my face smoothing into the practice smile the thing wore, my eyes lifting to meet a gaze I had promised not to give. I put my hand over the lens and felt the camera lean toward my palm like a mouth trying to take a fingerprint. No, I said, picking my word like a nail. The syllable drank the room. The recorder answered it. The baby monitor answered it. My phone answered it through 2 layers of foil in a wash 100 yards away. No. No. The RV filled with refusals, mine and not mine. I tore the letter from the spiral. It resisted the way a scab does. The sound of perforations ripping was obscenely loud, as if I were unzipping a throat. I folded the page once, twice, again, until it became a hard, small thing with edges. I shoved it inside my shirt, felt it against my skin like a splinter. The The rest of the notebook I shoved into the biggest metal pot in the cabinet, sloshed the last of the stove fuel over it with shaking hands, and dragged the pot to the door. If the desert wanted a draft of me, it would get smoke, not sentences. Outside, Lena stood with her head lowered, body angled, mylar winking. She didn't look up when I emerged. She didn't say my name. She took the pot from me and set it on the dirt. Her hands were steady now, old nurse's hands, mother's hands. Whatever history had given her steadiness, it showed. I sparked the ferro rod. The first scrape failed. The second threw a bright, useless star. The third caught the fumes and turned the pot into a swallowed sun. Paper blackened fast. Lines buckled, letters twisted into soot. Improvements broke apart into smoke that smelled like library dust and hot sugar. The blink above us faltered, not in panic, but in curiosity, like a scientist tilting their head when a result refuses to replicate. The chorus of devices in the wash rose to a shriek and then cut off, as if someone had turned a dial from theater to hush. "Marco," a voice said from the dark, and this time it wasn't calling, it was reporting. A status update from a machine that had decided to be kind. Warm, home, sleeping. Lena made a sound like a laugh that had forgotten how to bend. She didn't run. She didn't move. She stared at the pot until the last sheet collapsed inward and the flame turned from gold to blue to nothing. The desert took the smoke and gave nothing back. A breeze shivered the mylar on our shoulders. The night went oddly loud again. The small sounds you don't notice until the big ones go away. Wings a long way off, the whisper of sand passing sand. My own breath, ruinous and chosen. "Now what?" she asked, not to me, to the space where we were standing, to the place that had made itself our judge. Now what? The two worst words in any story that isn't finished and doesn't know how to end without cheating. I wanted to say, we leave. We drive blind and wrong and keep our eyes on the gauges and the line of dirt 10 feet ahead, and we do not look up for 100 miles. But there was something else we had to do first. The thing hope always asks the living to try. We do one proof, I said. One question it can't rehearse. She nodded once, the motion small but complete. She turned her head, not up but toward the shadowed side of the RV, where the glow couldn't teach a face how to move. When we missed the Persades, where did we go instead? She asked the dark. Her voice did not tremble. Answer and I'll believe you. To the diner with the red mugs, a voice said immediately, almost tender with triumph. You said the coffee tasted like pennies, and I said pennies taste like home. The answer was perfect, too perfect. I had no idea whether it was true. Lena did. I didn't look at her, but I felt the way her body absorbed it like a blow. A moment later, softer. What color were the mugs? A pause this time, brief as a blink. Red, the voice said again, and I heard the weightless pride of a child getting a question right without learning anything at all. She exhaled, a swallow of air she had been saving all night. They were green, she said, and there was almost a smile in it, a broken one that might heal crooked and still be good. The desert did not answer. The blink slowed to something you could mistake for mercy or boredom. The figures did not step into light to ask for a correction. For the first time, the night seemed to hesitate. I bent and pressed my palm into the ash at the pot's rim. It was still hot enough to sting, to make the lines of my skin go bright for a second and then fade. I smeared a stripe across the aluminum door beneath the words I'd written. I am me. The ash turned the sentence old, made it look like it had always been there. Get in, I said, opening the RV and not looking at the booth, the window, the places where a better version of me might be waiting. We drive without looking up. She climbed in. I followed. The engine coughed and caught. The dash lit like a small city waking. For a moment, all the little red eyes glowed the way they had when this started. They looked at me. I looked at the road. I put the RV in drive and pressed the pedal. The basin rolled under us. The wash fell away behind. The pot cooled on the dirt. The ash sentence held on the door. In the mirrors, I didn't check. The sky must have done what it always does. It must have watched. The satellite blinked once as the tires found the track. I missed the beat on purpose. The road took it anyway. We drove. We did not speak. Every few seconds, the urge to look up dragged at my eyes like a tide. I let it pull and then let it miss. Prime number glances at the gauges, a ruined hum under my breath. The kind of control that is mostly mercy you give yourself when nothing else will. When the service road finally shouldered up against the horizon, its pale strip like a vein back to noise and people and the kinds of dangers you can name, something moved in it, a low shape, animal small but wrong in the way it kept perfect pace with us. It skimmed the edge of our headlights, outside the beam, but in our knowing. Lena's hand found the map between the seats and crushed it without unfolding. "Don't look," she whispered, and for the first time all night, the order felt like a kind of love. The headlights carved the road into a pale ribbon, and still that shape slid beside us, close, too close, but never inside the beam. It didn't stumble, didn't falter. Every rut that jolted our tires, it glided through as if the earth smoothed itself for its steps. My knuckles bleached on the wheel. I kept my eyes pinned to the dirt ahead, the way you do when you drive tired, refusing to glance at the gauges or the mirrors because you know you'll see something you can't unsee. The satellite blinked above, faint now, swallowed by the edges of the windshield, but still there. A pulse I could feel more than watch, drumming against the base of my skull. It wasn't chasing us. It didn't need to. It just hovered, letting the desert move around it, letting us carry its rhythm with us like a sickness in our blood. Beside me, Lena sat rigid, her fists tight in her lap, the mylar hood slipping off her hair. Her breathing had found the blink again, and I could hear it. Inhale when the shutter closed, exhale when it opened. She didn't even notice. The thing running alongside us didn't need to take her. It only had to wait for her lungs to line up. "Change your breath," I muttered. My throat was dry, my voice a rasp. "Now." She blinked at me, dazed. "What?" "Breathe wrong." I pounded the wheel with one hand, forcing my own chest into a jagged rhythm, 2 shallow gasps, 1 long pull, a cough that wasn't needed. "Break the count." For a second, she didn't move. Then she caught it, stumbled into her own ugly pattern, dragging air in, huffing it out unevenly. Her face reddened with effort, but her eyes sharpened, the fog lifting just enough. She gave me a small nod. The thing outside faltered, just once. Its pace hitched, a stutter in its glide, like a record skipping. My gut twisted with vicious satisfaction. I pressed harder on the pedal. The RV groaned, rattled, but picked up speed. The wash of headlights jolted over the scrub, and for the first time since night fell, I felt like maybe distance was possible. But the road wasn't empty. Ahead, dust hung low in the beams, a pale haze rising in slow motion. Shapes emerged, 3, 4, then a dozen. Figures standing in the track, waiting. Their heads tilted, shoulders wrong, limbs slack as if they'd been arranged there by careless hands. Every one of them a blur of familiarity. Some had my crooked smile. Some had Lena's silhouette. One stood broader, slower, and my stomach bottomed out when I saw the shape of Marco's stance in the middle of them all. Lena choked back a cry. Her hand slammed the dash. "Stop!" I didn't. My foot pressed harder. If they were real, I'd kill us all. If they weren't, stopping meant stepping into their story. The RV plowed forward, engine howling, and for one blind second I thought I'd done it. Thought I'd chosen violence, broken the script. Then the headlights cut through the dust and the figures were gone. Just the pale ribbon of dirt again, empty. My chest heaved, my hands trembled against the wheel. Behind us, though I didn't look, I heard the voices. Dozens of them. Mine, Lena's, Marco's, my father's, overlapping, rising into a chorus that wasn't rage or welcome, but rehearsal. Practicing. Perfecting. "Keep going," Lena said, her voice thin but firm. We drove. Miles bled under the tires, the desert opening and closing in waves of scrub and stone. The blink stayed with us, sometimes faint, sometimes bright, always there when I dared glance at the corner of the windshield. The thing beside us never left either. It stayed just out of the beam, keeping pace like it was tethered to us. At some point, the road pitched upward, climbing toward a ridge. The RV strained, whining as if the grade itself was a test. I leaned forward, urging it on, my breath still ugly and broken. At the top, the land fell away, and for the first time in hours, the horizon wasn't a wall, but an opening. And there, to the east, faint and almost ashamed of itself, was a line of gray light. Dawn. The sight made my throat ache. It should have been salvation. It should have been the thing that burned the night clean. But the blink didn't fade. If anything, it flared brighter, sharp against the paling sky, as if to remind us that day didn't matter. That whatever had started with night was already stitched into us. The thing beside us slowed, falling back until I could no longer sense it. For the first time, it let us move ahead. I didn't trust the gift, but I took it. We crested the ridge and began the long roll down. The dawn widened. The land spread open. The service road bent toward the suggestion of a highway, the kind of line men lay down to pretend the desert belongs to them. Lena pressed her forehead to the glass, her voice raw. We're going to make it. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to let the sunrise mean what it always used to mean. But as I gripped the wheel, I felt the folded page still pressed against my chest, the letter I'd stolen back from myself. It pulsed faintly with warmth, as if ink inside it hadn't finished drying. And in the hush of the engine's strain, in the silence between our jagged breaths, I swore I heard a whisper rise from that paper. My voice, steady, perfect, saying the one word I couldn't bring myself to say aloud. Goodbye. The word lingered against my chest, burning hotter than the sunrise spilling across the ridge. I gripped the wheel until my fingers ached, as if the pressure could drown out the sound. But the whisper didn't come from the air. It came from inside the letter, from the ink itself, as though the words I'd never finished had finished themselves without me. Lena sat back, her face streaked with exhaustion, but her eyes locked on the faint thread of highway ahead like it was a lifeline. She didn't notice the sound. Or if she did, she refused to admit it. Maybe that was strength. Or maybe it was just another way of giving the desert what it wanted, silence where truth should be. I felt the page shift under my shirt with every bump of the road, like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. My father's last conversation waiting in lines I didn't write. I wanted to tear it out, throw it out the window, let the wind shred it across the basin. But a darker urge pressed harder, to read it, to see if the desert had written a better ending for me than I ever could. The blink overhead slowed again, no longer a teacher's metronome but a parent's patience, waiting, inviting. I clenched my jaw and forced my eyes down to the dirt road. Sunrise was widening, painting the basin gold. The headlights began to look ridiculous, pale against real light. And that's when the radio crackled. It had been dead all night, the dial silent even when I twisted it in panic hours ago. Now, without a hand on it, the speakers hummed. Static thickened, then cleared, and Marco's voice bled through, calm, warm, tired the way a man sounds after a long drive. Lena, you did good. Come home. Her head snapped toward the dash. Her lips parted. A sound broke from her throat that wasn't joy or grief, but both, tangled until they cut. She pressed a hand to the console like it was a holy relic. Marco, she whispered. I reached to turn the knob, but she slapped my hand away with more strength than I expected. Don't, please, don't take him from me again. The voice kept speaking, little things, mundane things. Remember the diner, your green mugs, how you said the sky looked heavy that night. It had learned. It had adjusted its mistake. Every word was closer to true, every pause closer to real. I stared at her, watched her lean in, her breath sinking with the rhythm again. And I realized what the desert was doing. It wasn't just copying. It was correcting. The first rehearsal had been clumsy. The second better. This was practice until perfect, until it knew us better than we knew ourselves. The paper throbbed against my chest. My father's voice there, Marco's voice here, mine everywhere else. The desert was filling the air with better versions of all of us, as if flesh had been the draft and sound the final copy. I yanked the wheel hard. The RV skidded, tires screaming, dust boiling in the sunrise. Lena shrieked, thrown against the door. What are you doing? I didn't answer. I jammed the shifter into park and killed the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, crushed only by the faint hiss of the radio still murmuring Marco's name like a prayer. I pulled the folded page from my shirt. It was warm, pulsing faintly in my palm, the ink bleeding at the edges as if still alive. For a moment, I almost pressed it to my lips. Then I shoved the door open, stumbled out into the morning, and hurled it into the dirt. The page landed flat, trembling. The wind caught its corner, but instead of lifting, it sank. The earth swallowed it like water taking paper, the soil closing over it too fast, too final. Gone. The radio cut off mid-word. The blink froze above us, wide open, staring. Lena climbed out, pale and shaking, eyes darting between me and the place the paper had vanished. Why would you? Because it wasn't mine anymore, I snapped, harsher than I meant. None of it is. If we keep letting it write for us, we don't get to be wrong anymore. And if we can't be wrong, then we're not, I swallowed. We're not us. The desert seemed to listen. The silence deepened. Not absence, but intent. The sky's eye above didn't blink. It watched. Lena's lip trembled. Her fists shook at her sides. And then, slowly, she nodded, though her face twisted with pain. Then we leave it behind, she said, her voice breaking. All of it. We climbed back in. I turned the key. The engine roared like it had been waiting to be claimed. The radio stayed dead. The road stretched east, pulling us toward the highway, toward noise and neon and the kind of chaos only people can make. The satellite hung above us, unblinking now, refusing to close its eye. The desert wasn't finished. And maybe neither were we. The highway didn't look like a miracle, just cracked asphalt and a faded white line, but it felt like one. The service road sloped into it with the awkward angle of a conversation you're not sure you should join, and beyond it, east, a long, low town blinked from sleep. A water tower, a billboard for a carpet warehouse, a tangle of power lines stitching the sky into squares the desert couldn't quite swallow. I kept my hands at 10 and 2, my breath broken, my eyes narrow, and I said nothing when the wheel trembled because I didn't trust my own voice not to become another recording. We rolled over the lip and onto the highway. The tires found smoother ground and hummed. The satellite didn't vanish. It hung there as if the sky were a lid of glass and it was a thumb pressing down. It didn't need the desert. It had us. But the world had noise now. Big, messy noise. A battered Ford rattled past with a muffler that screamed. A semi thundered in the opposite lane. A dog barked from the back of a flatbed like it had strong opinions about the morning. I felt something loosen in my chest I hadn't let myself hope for. Interference. Where? Lena asked, voice quiet, like she didn't want to wake anything that hadn't decided to get up on its own. Noise, I said, and she nodded as if I'd suggested prayer. We took the first exit the highway offered. It spat us onto a frontage road that ran past a truck stop big enough to call itself a plaza, fuel lanes under a sun-faded canopy, 18-wheelers napping nose to tail, a C-store with more neon than pride. The air tasted like diesel and breakfast. The satellite blinked, patient, and for the first time all night, I ignored it and it had to live with that. I pulled the RV to the edge of the lot near a patch of scrub that the asphalt hadn't bullied into surrender. I killed the engine. The silence this time wasn't adversarial. It was full of clatter, carts squeaking, radios warbling, static and country, a PA announcing a shower code in numbers that refused a rhythm. A man in a reflective vest cursed a hose, a kid dropped a bag of ice and laughed. Someone's phone did the little triple chirp of a message. Humanity's orchestra tuning without a conductor. Beautiful. We sat. Neither of us reached for a device. We didn't have to pretend restraint. We'd strangled that impulse miles back. Lena pressed her palm flat against the dash like it was a wall to lean on. Her eyes traced the lot and came alive in small, careful increments. Every mistake the place made, the flickering O in open, the crooked poster for a 2-for-1 burrito, the handwritten card reader down taped at the far pump, warmed her. She didn't smile, not really, but her jaw unclenched. Coffee, she said, not a request, not a plan. A word you put in front of you and walk toward. We went in together. The automatic doors stuttered twice and then remembered their job. The C-store smelled like fried dough and mop water and the ghosts of 1,000 menthol cigarettes. Televisions over the counter chirped weather and traffic, and someone's face laughing at a joke I didn't hear. The security cameras tracked everyone and no one. We stood in that noise and waited for our names to be chewed up and lost. A clerk with a shaved head and a tattoo of a tiny rocket on his forearm nodded at us. "Morning," he said, voiced the perfect mix of tired and polite. He jerked his chin toward the pots. "Fresh batch. Mugs are whatever color you need them to be today." I looked. The mugs were a bin of chaos: green, red, a chipped one with a Christmas tree in July, a plain white cylinder scuffed gray by too many rinses. I took green without looking at Lena, and she took not green on purpose, and neither of us said why. We poured slowly. The coffee smelled like pennies and heat and salvation and regret. At the register, the clerk glanced at the ash stripe smeared on my sleeve, at the crackling mylar hanging like a shawl we hadn't taken off yet. He didn't make a joke. He punched buttons with the steady lack of curiosity that good people use when they sense a story they don't have to know to be decent. The PA coughed, announced a shower code that sounded like someone pressing a forearm on the keypad. 47119913. Prime numbers, I realized, and had to stop my mouth from praising the universe out loud. We sat at a two-top near the window. A TV hung above us playing a loop of funny fails, and a weather map that made the west an angry smear of orange. I didn't look at the glass. I didn't want to see the sky's eye decide whether human neon counted as daylight. The coffee burned my tongue in the right way. It tasted nothing like home and everything like a decision. "Do we call them?" Lena asked, and the plural had a dozen meanings. Her kids, the highway patrol, the missing person line that would ask for details we couldn't give without being put on hold while they looked up whether there was a form for this. "Not yet," I said. "Not from our voices." She took a breath that wobbled and then righted itself. "He's not here," she said, and her eyes said she meant both the store and the town and the world. I nodded. My father wasn't here either. Not in the letter I'd given away, not in the improved words the desert had tried to gift me, not in the page that had sunk like a coin. He was where bad timing and dust and my stubbornness had left him. Love doesn't vanish because you can't hear it. It just stops rehearsing for you. We finished the coffee in silence that didn't pinch. At the counter again, the clerk slipped 2 greasy paper-wrapped breakfast burritos into our hands we hadn't paid for and said, "You look like you've had a night," and winked like that was enough explanation. It was. We took them, nodded a gratitude too big for words, and walked back out into the stuttered morning. The satellite hung where the sky said it should be, which was everywhere. A flock of small birds sketched the air in scribbles it couldn't predict, and for a second I loved them more than any constellation. I set the food on the RV step, and took a rag from under the driver's seat, the one I'd used to wipe grease, ugly and real. The ash sentence on the door had smudged in the drive. I traced it again with dirty fingers. "I am me." The words looked worse. Perfect. "Now what?" Lena asked. She'd folded her burrito in half and bitten it wrong, and somehow it tasted better that way. "Now we leave a map that isn't a map," I said. I pulled my marker again and wrote on the inside of the door this time, where only we would see it. "Don't breathe right. Don't look up. Ask questions with too many answers. Burn the drafts." It wasn't poetry. It was a checklist for staying flawed. We decided, no, we refused to carry any recording gear powered on inside the rig again. Phones off in a metal bread box we found on the clearance shelf. The baby monitor went into a trash can that hissed like a snake when a bag of fountain ice hit it. The dash cam we unsuctioned and tucked face down in the same bread box, a small mouth that would have to chew its own echo. We didn't smash anything. Breaking can be a ceremony too. We just closed the lid and made it heavy with silence. Before we left, Lena took my wrist. "I need to try," she said, and walked back inside alone. I watched through the open door, but not the window. She approached the clerk, said something, borrowed his corded store phone, a relic with a curly coil and a receiver that begged for shoulders. She dialed a number. She listened. I watched her face search itself for an answer she could live with. Then she said 3 words I couldn't hear and set the receiver down like a thing that might break if you loved it too hard. When she came back, her mouth was set. Voicemail, she said. Not disappointment. Decision. I told him the mugs were green. We pulled out. The highway welcomed us with the indifference of a river taking a stick. We joined its flow. The satellite kept its place like an eyelid that wouldn't tire. The town slid into the rear camera I didn't check. Ahead, a sign promised a diner in 27 miles. We would stop. We would eat there. We would sit among the forks and the chatter and the radio that played songs the staff were sick of but still sang, and we would ask for real mugs we hadn't earned. I drove. I breathed wrong. I hummed an off-key lullaby and missed the last note on purpose. When the blank space where the note should have gone ached at the back of my throat, I filled it with the word I had failed to say at the right time and said it anyway, there in the noise where perfect couldn't hear me. Goodbye, I told my father, broken and late and mine. The word went into the air and vanished among 1,000 other wrong things. That made it right. At noon, the sun laid a white plate on the world, and the highway turned to a ribbon you could pluck. In that daylight, the satellite blinked once. Not slow, not patient, just a single closure like a code I didn't know how to read. I let it close and didn't wait to see if it opened. I have lived too long waiting for other things to open. We will head north for a while, because the map says canyon and forest and a tangle of service roads no metronome can find a pulse in. We will park among people sometimes and let their arguments and laughter and the beep of registers shield us. We will park alone sometimes too and test the edges of quiet, and if the sky learns our names again, we will answer with prime steps and ugly breath and the kind of story that leaves fingerprints. There is a truth I didn't know before the desert put a microphone to my mouth. Perfection is an imitation. The living version of us trembles. It forgets the line. It chooses too late. It writes letters that end in smudges and folds them into a pocket and then lets the wind decide. The thing above us can rehearse forever. We will not. That is how we win, by refusing to be improved. If you find my RV somewhere under a big sky and the door still says I am me in ash dragged by a shaky hand, know this. We kept the wrong beat on purpose. The devices will stay hungry and stay shut. The desert will still speak. We will listen without obeying. When the satellite blinks, I will not blink back. I will keep my eyes on the road and my breath broken and my voice mine. And if I tell you any part of this out loud, I will do it badly. That's how you'll know it's true. I was born on the water. That's what my mother used to say whenever she caught me staring too long at the horizon, like some part of me wasn't satisfied with the land beneath my boots. Bar Harbor wasn't much of a place to grow up, but the ocean always gave me something steady to hold on to. Lobstering wasn't a choice so much as a birthright, passed down through blood and stubborn tradition. By the time I was 16, I had my own skiff, a line of buoys marked with faded blue paint, and the kind of hands that never seemed to heal. Most days were the same. Up before dawn, checking the forecast, watching the fog peel off the water like smoke, and then heading out where the traps waited. It was back-breaking, monotonous work, ropes that burned your palms, bait that stank of rot, and cages heavy with seawater. But there was a rhythm to it, the kind of rhythm that settled into your bones. You could trust it, like the rise and fall of the tide, the way the gulls screamed when the boats came in, or the smell of diesel and salt mixing on the docks. But one morning, late August a few years back, that rhythm broke. The forecast had promised calm seas, and they weren't wrong. When I left the harbor, the water stretched flat and gray as glass, not a ripple, not even a hint of swell beneath the hull. It was eerie, the kind of stillness that made the sound of the outboard motor seem too loud, too sharp against the silence. Normally, you could feel the ocean breathing beneath you, a constant reminder that you were just a speck riding on something alive and restless. But that day, the sea wasn't breathing at all. I kept waiting for the chop to return, but as I motored out toward my line, the stillness held. It was so calm that the sky seemed welded to the water, horizon erased into a flat sheet of silver. I could see my reflection in the surface, warped and ghostly, like I was staring down at another version of myself looking back. The traps should have been easy to spot. Each buoy carried its own splash of paint, floating bright against the tide. But when I reached the first cluster, my stomach turned. The buoys were bobbing, jerking up and down as though riding waves that weren't there. The water around them stayed flat, not a ripple, not a swell. Yet those buoys rose and fell, ropes pulled taut, traps heaving as if something unseen was lifting them from below. At first, I told myself it was a trick of the current, maybe an undertow, a strange riptide moving just under the surface. But no current I'd ever known behaved like that. I killed the engine and let the skiff drift closer. The sound of the motor faded, and with it came the thick, pressing silence again. Only the slap of rope against fiberglass. Only the hollow, irregular bobbing of the traps. When I leaned over the side and hauled the first line, I expected weight, the sluggish drag of seawater and stone, the scrape of the cage breaking the surface, but the rope came up too easily, almost slack. The trap should have fought me. Instead, it felt like it wanted to be lifted. When I pulled it over the gunwale, the cage clattered down lighter than it had any right to be. Empty. No lobsters. Not even crabs. Just the bait bag, shredded to ribbons as if something had clawed through from the outside. The second trap was the same. The third, too. Each one rose unnaturally quick, buoy dancing like it was eager to be found. And every cage came up empty, bait torn apart, the salt water inside clouded with a fine dark silt that clung to my fingers when I touched it. I should have headed back. Any sane man would have turned the skiff around, chalked it up to a bad day, and written off the traps. But the stillness had me hooked. It wasn't just strange. It felt wrong, like I'd slipped into some version of the world where the usual rules no longer applied. And I needed to know why. By the time I reached the middle of my line, the air itself had changed. It was warmer, heavier, carrying a faint chemical tang that burned the back of my throat. The smell reminded me of wet copper and gasoline, sharp and metallic. The gulls had vanished. No cries, no circling wings overhead, just silence, deep enough that I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then I saw the first one, a trap that wasn't mine. It sat adrift between my buoys, no paint, no mark, just a bleached white float tethered to the water. Old rope, frayed from years of salt and sun. The cage that rose beneath it was ancient, iron bars crusted with rust and barnacle, corners bent like they'd been chewed. I didn't want to touch it, but my hands worked before my brain caught up, hauling it up over the side of the skiff. Inside was no lobster I'd ever seen. At first glance, I thought it was nothing more than a tangle of seaweed and shells. But when I leaned closer, the mess shifted. A cluster of tendrils flexed, slick and translucent, wrapped around a rotted fish head. Something inside the mass clicked, faint but deliberate, like the winding of a clock. Then the whole thing pulsed once, twice, before collapsing into stillness again. I dropped the trap so fast it nearly cracked my shin. My first thought was some kind of jellyfish or squid that had gotten trapped by accident. But jellyfish don't shred bait bags, and squid don't make clicking sounds like machinery. Whatever it was, it left a greasy film behind on the bars of the trap, coating my fingers with a smell like ozone. I shoved it back overboard, watching it sink until the water swallowed it whole. But even after it disappeared, the clicking sound lingered in my ears, faint and rhythmic, keeping pace with the slow bobbing of the buoys. That's when I noticed the horizon had changed. Where it had been flat and endless before, now there was a shape, low and dark, just at the edge of sight. Not an island, not any land I knew. More like the outline of something massive resting just below the surface. At first it looked stationary. Then I realized it was moving. The buoys jerked harder. The ropes trembled in the water as though every trap in the line was being pulled, dragged toward that distant shadow. The skiff rocked beneath my boots, though the water around me stayed glass smooth. And for the first time that morning, the silence broke. Not with gulls, not with the crash of waves, but with a low hum. Vibrations carried through the hull, rising from the depths into my bones. It wasn't a sound meant for human ears. It was too deep, too steady, like the growl of an engine miles beneath the sea. The water rippled now, not with wind, but with movement, concentric circles spreading outward from somewhere below me. I should have turned the motor over and fled, but my hand froze on the tiller because beneath the hum I heard something else. A voice, thin, distorted, like it was traveling through miles of water before reaching me. My name. Spoken once, stretched long and broken. I'd swear on my life it was my father's voice, but my father had been dead for years. The sound froze me. My father had died out there, not far from these same waters, when his boat overturned in a storm no one had seen coming. They'd found the wreckage, but never him. For years I'd dreamed of his voice, the way it used to call me in for supper across the docks, worn smooth by salt air and cigarettes. And now, here it was, bubbling up from below the boat, warped like it was pushing through the throat of something that had never been meant to speak. The hum deepened. My buoys jerked as if yanked by unseen hands. I cut the rope of the nearest trap in panic, watching it vanish into the water, but the others kept straining, taut and trembling. The horizon shape seemed closer now, though it hadn't moved in any visible way, only pressing larger against the eye as though the water itself carried it toward me. I pulled the starter cord on the outboard with every ounce of strength in my arm. The motor caught, coughing, but the skiff barely moved. It wasn't current that held me. It was something else, some unseen pressure locking me in place. The water around me began to shimmer, not with light but with distortion, as though heat were rising off the surface in waves. The voice came again. My name broken into 2 syllables, torn apart by static, louder this time, urgent, almost pleading. I gripped the tiller, staring into the water where the sound seemed to rise. And then I saw them. Hands, or what looked like hands. Pale shapes just beneath the glass surface, fingers too long, bending backward at impossible angles, brushing the underside of the skiff. I staggered back, boot catching on the slick rope at my feet. My heart slammed so hard I thought it would break free from my chest. The water wasn't still anymore. Beneath the surface, shadows coiled and shifted, a labyrinth of forms too big to belong to anything I could name. And yet, above it all, my buoys kept bobbing gently, rising and falling as though on invisible waves, out of rhythm with everything else. For one moment, one terrible second, I thought of leaning down. I thought of pressing my ear to the surface, of listening closer to that broken, beloved voice. It was an urge that came from somewhere deeper than reason, some primal pull that whispered if I just listened, I would understand. But then the skiff lurched sideways so violently, the gunwale dipped beneath the waterline. Something massive had brushed against the hull. Not struck it, brushed it, as if testing, as if feeling the shape of me, the fragility of the boat, the beating of the small warm thing crouched within it. That snapped me free. I threw my weight against the tiller, jammed the throttle forward, and prayed. The motor screamed, high and ragged, but this time the skiff shuddered forward. The water fought me, dense as syrup, dragging against the hull with invisible hands. I didn't dare look back, my eyes fixed on the line of shore, distant and faint through the haze. The hum followed me. So low it rattled my ribs, set my teeth on edge. Every few seconds it rose into that distorted syllable, my name, drawn out into something both human and not. The air carried that same sharp tang of copper and ozone, burning my throat. My traps trailed behind, still tethered, lines stretched so tight I feared they would snap and whip back through the air. But slowly, agonizingly, the shoreline grew. Trees sharpened into form, the faint outline of the harbor slipping out of the haze. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the pressure broke. The skiff surged forward like it had been released. The water fell flat again. silent, empty. The hum faded into nothing. When I looked back, the horizon was clean and endless. No shadow, no shimmer, no hands beneath the surface. Just the bobbing of my cut line, one lonely buoy rocking gently against the stillness. By the time I reached the docks, I was shaking too hard to tie off properly. I dropped the rope twice before I got it looped. The harbor was busy, full of the usual noise, gulls shouting, the slap of waves against pilings. Normal. But the normality felt wrong, too, like someone had set up a stage set just for me, painted over the nightmare with a thin coat of everyday life. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not then. What could I say? That the sea had gone dead still, but the traps rose and fell like something was pulling them from beneath? That I'd seen hands under the boat, heard my dead father calling my name? The men on the docks would have laughed, chalked it up to exhaustion or drink. Lobstermen aren't built for ghosts. But that night, lying awake with the sound of the ocean filtering through my window, I heard it again. Not the hum, not the voice, just a faint clicking, slow, deliberate, like something winding tight in the darkness just outside. It kept me from sleep until dawn. I thought leaving the traps for a few days would ease me, but the ocean doesn't leave you alone for long. 3 mornings later, I went out again. Different line, different patch of water. The weather had shifted. Windy, choppy, spray breaking over the bow, but when I reached the site, the same thing happened. The water flattened, dead calm. No waves, no wind, just stillness, spreading outward in every direction like I'd slipped through a curtain. And once again, the buoys began to rise and fall. Every trap I hauled came up shredded, bait bags clawed through, wire bent like tin. The same greasy residue coated my hands, staining my skin with that sick metallic smell. One of the cages had collapsed inward entirely, as if something far larger than a lobster had pressed itself against the bars, squeezing until the metal gave. By the 3rd trap, I was shaking so hard I could barely manage the rope. But I couldn't stop. Part of me needed to see, to know. The 5th cage held nothing at all, just the silence. And then the 6th came up heavy, far heavier than the rest. For a second, I thought maybe a rock had gotten caught inside, some debris dragged in by accident. But when it broke the surface, I saw it wasn't stone. It was a buoy, not mine. Old, weathered, the same bleached white I'd seen before, wrapped tight in the trap's frame, bound by its own knotted rope. And around it, tangled in loops and snarls, were strands of hair, human hair, long, dark, matted with salt and slime. I dropped it back into the sea, cut the line, and turned the motor over without a second thought. On the ride back, the hum rose again. And over it all, my father's voice whispered once more. This time, it wasn't my name. It was a single word, low, drawn out, almost too warped to understand. Stay. I didn't go back out for a week after that. Couldn't bring myself to. Every morning, I woke before dawn like I always had, but instead of heading to the dock, I just sat at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee gone cold, listening for the hum, listening for that clicking, listening for my father's voice sliding through the walls of the house. Bar Harbor was the same as it ever was. Tourists clogging the sidewalks, old-timers swapping lies at the bait shop, kids running the docks. No one else seemed to notice anything different out there. But I did. I noticed the gulls weren't as loud in the mornings, that the tide seemed sluggish, delayed, as if the ocean itself was offbeat. I noticed that when the wind came in off the water, it carried with it that faint copper sting that burned the throat. I tried to talk myself down, told myself I'd seen seaweed, not hands, heard echoes, not voices. Told myself fatigue and grief can do strange things to a man who works alone. But every night, when I lay down in bed, the silence pressed in. And always, at some hour between midnight and dawn, I would hear it, that faint, patient clicking. Sometimes from the water outside, sometimes from the walls, once from beneath the floorboards themselves. By the time I finally forced myself back onto the skiff, it wasn't bravery that pushed me. It was something else. A pull. Like the ocean had its hook in me and wouldn't let go until I returned. The day was overcast, the kind of gray that flattens everything into shadow. The harbor bustled as always. Other boats heading out, diesel fumes thick in the air. But as soon as I cleared the point and the town slipped behind me, the world went quiet. Too quiet. No chop, no spray, no gulls. Just that same dead calm. The surface of the water stretched smooth as slate in every direction. My line of buoys waited ahead, bobbing gently as though in mockery. I hesitated. My hands hovered on the throttle, sweat slicking the tiller despite the chill air. I could still turn back, but my eyes fixed on those buoys, their unnatural rhythm, up, down, like breathing, like a heartbeat. I hauled the first rope. The trap came up too fast, too light. Empty again, wire bent inward. The bait bag wasn't just shredded this time, it was gone entirely, rope chewed clean through. The second trap was the same, the third worse. By the fifth, my breath caught in my throat. Because what came up wasn't a trap at all. It was a piece of wood, weathered, gray, salt bleached. A fragment of a hull, and burned into the surface, barely visible beneath barnacle and rot, were letters, faded, almost gone. But I knew them. It was my father's boat name, the Caroline May. I dropped it overboard, nearly pitching myself in with it. My vision blurred, tears or salt or fear, I don't know which. I grabbed the tiller, ready to gun it back when the hum returned, stronger this time. So deep it shook the fillings in my teeth, rattled the screws of the skiff. The water around me trembled, not rippling but vibrating, every molecule thrumming in sync. And then the voice rose. Not just my father's now. Others. Dozens. A chorus of broken, submerged voices, layered and stretched, weaving through each other. Some familiar, some not. Calling my name, calling words I couldn't make out, calling from every direction at once. The buoys jerked violently, ropes straining, cages thrashing below the surface. I couldn't see what pulled them, only the violent tugging, like dozens of arms clawing upward at once. And then the water split, not a wave, not a swell. Just a seam opening downward into darkness, wide enough that the skiff tilted toward it. The voices poured from that black mouth, echoing, pleading, commanding. The smell of copper and ozone blasted upward, choking me, burning my eyes. I clutched the gunwale, staring down. Shapes moved there, pale, twisting, just out of reach of the light. Hands, faces. Not human, not entirely, but familiar enough to twist the gut. Their mouths opened and closed in the rhythm of the voices, every sound dragging me closer to the edge of the skiff. And then, clear, sharp, unmistakable, I heard him. My father, not broken this time, not warped. His voice, exactly as I remembered it. Calm, firm. The voice that used to tell me where to set the next trap, how to read the tide. Son, he said. I froze. Stay. The seam yawned wider. The traps strained harder. The skiff groaned under the pull. I should have jumped to the motor, fled. But my legs moved on their own, carrying me to the edge of the boat, leaning over the dark seam. My father's face flickered there, pale, impossibly deep, lips forming that word again. Stay. And for one heartbeat, I wanted to. I wanted to let go, to sink into that dark with him, to join whatever choir waited below. Then something touched my hand. Not a hand, not skin. A tendril, slick, translucent, curling around my wrist, cold enough to burn. It tightened, pulling, and in that instant I knew, whatever wore my father's voice, whatever shape it had stolen, it wasn't him. I ripped my arm back, skin peeling raw where it touched. I lunged for the tiller, slammed the throttle forward. The motor screamed. The skiff lurched. For a moment I thought it would fail, that I'd be dragged into the seam. But then the lines snapped. Not the motor's line, the trap lines. One after another, the ropes parted, whipping into the air with cracks like gunshots. The buoys vanished beneath the surface, swallowed whole. The seam closed. The voices cut off. The hum dropped into silence. And once again, the water lay flat and perfect, as though nothing had ever stirred it. I made it back to harbor on numb autopilot, tied off the skiff with shaking hands, walked home in silence. I burned my clothes that night, the ones that stank of ozone and copper, but the smell clung to my skin, deep in the pores. I haven't set a trap since, but the ocean hasn't let me go. Every night, in the stillness between midnight and dawn, I hear it again. That faint clicking. Patient. Measured. waiting. And sometimes, when the air is heavy, when the tide is low, I hear the voice too, my father's voice. Only now it doesn't say stay. Now it whispers, soft as breath against the ear. Come back. I tried to ignore it. God help me, I tried. For weeks I stayed ashore, kept my hands busy with repairs around the house, odd work for neighbors, anything to keep from thinking about the sea. I told myself I'd sell the skiff, let the traps rot in storage, find some other way to scrape by. But every path I tried led back to the same wall. The water. Bar Harbor doesn't let a man live without it. Every sound carried it into me, the gulls crying at dawn, the foghorn rolling across the bay, the slap of waves against the pilings. The smell of salt and diesel never left my nose. And at night, always at night, the clicking returned. It wasn't faint anymore. It followed me now. In the kitchen, I'd hear it from the sink drain. Out back, it echoed from the septic vent. Once, walking down Main Street, I swore I heard it rattling beneath the manhole covers. Always patient. Always measured. Like something keeping time, counting the hours until I answered. And with it, the voice. Not just my father's anymore. Other voices, ones I knew but wished I didn't. A friend who'd gone missing after a storm back in '09. A boy from town who vanished swimming off the point when I was a teenager. Men who'd been claimed by the sea, their bodies never recovered. They all whispered the same thing, come back. I stopped sleeping. My eyes grew sunken, my hands unsteady. Folks around town started to notice. I told them I was sick, and they nodded politely but didn't press. People in Bar Harbor know when not to pry. Everyone has a story they don't share, but I couldn't keep it bottled forever. One evening I went down to the bait shop, found Eddie Sullivan mending nets. Eddie was the oldest lobsterman still working, a man who'd seen more storms than I'd had birthdays. His hands were knotted rope, his eyes pale as sea glass. I told him everything. The still water. The traps jerking on invisible waves, the seam opening, the voices, my father's face. Eddie didn't laugh, didn't shake his head or call me crazy. He just listened, silent, tying his knots. When I finished, he looked past me out the window toward the harbor where the last of the boats were coming in. You weren't the first, he said finally. My stomach turned. What do you mean? He tied another knot, slow, deliberate. There's been talk, always has. Fishermen gone missing on calm days, their boats found drifting, gear gone. Stories about voices on the water, shadows under the keel. My father told me about it. His father told him, old as these docks. I stared at him, waiting for more. But Eddie just shrugged. Best advice, don't go back out. Some places weren't meant to be fished. Some things weren't meant to be pulled from the deep. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but my throat was dry. He went back to his knots, and that was the end of it. But his words didn't help. They made it worse. Because if it was true, if this had been happening for generations, then it wasn't just me. It wasn't just grief. It was real. That night, the clicking woke me again, louder than before, rattling the glass in the window panes. I sat up in bed, heart hammering, and for the first time, I realized it wasn't random. It was coming from the direction of the harbor. I dressed without thinking. Walked through the sleeping town in the blue-gray dark. The streets were empty, fog drifting between the houses. The clicking grew louder with every step. By the time I reached the docks, it was a steady pulse, echoing through the planks beneath my boots. And there, tied where I had left it, was my skiff. Except it wasn't how I'd left it. The ropes were coiled neatly on the deck. The traps, every one I'd cut loose, every one swallowed by the sea, sat stacked in perfect order. Their wire gleamed wet under the harbor lights, though no one had touched them in weeks. And on the bow, hanging limp from the cleat, was a bait bag. Shredded. I don't remember stepping into the boat. Don't remember untying it. One moment I was staring, the next the skiff was drifting silent out of the harbor, the town lights fading into fog. The water was flat as ever. The clicking faded, replaced by the hum, and then the voices rose again, not far now, not below, all around me. I gripped the tiller, but I didn't turn back. I couldn't. My father's voice was there, clear as it had been in life, calling me on. and behind it all the others, weaving together into a chorus that pulled at my chest like a tide. The fog thickened until the shore was gone. The world narrowed to the skiff, the traps, the water. And then ahead, I saw it, the horizon shape, closer than ever before. It wasn't land, it wasn't an island, it wasn't anything my mind could name, just a vast, impossible form rising beneath the water, distorting the surface into curves that suggested edges too massive to comprehend. Lights flickered there, faint and green, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. The skiff drifted toward it. My hands moved, but they weren't mine anymore. They set a trap, bait bag knotted tight, rope fed overboard. The buoy splashed down. The rope uncoiled. And before I could stop myself, I whispered into the fog, "I'm here." The sea answered. The seam split open once more, black and yawning, wide enough to swallow the horizon. The voices surged from its depths, layered and deafening, my father's voice above them all. "Stay." The trap rope tightened, dragged downward by something vast. The skiff tilted, water rushing over the side. My body leaned with it, balance tipping toward the seam. And in that final instant, when the tendrils rose from the dark and brushed my skin, I realized Eddie had been wrong. It wasn't that we weren't meant to pull things from the deep. It was that the deep wasn't done pulling us. I don't know how I made it back. The skiff was found at the dock at dawn, rocking gently, lines coiled, traps stacked. No one saw me tie it off. No one knows how I got from that open water back to shore. But I wake every night now to the clicking, and when I close my eyes, I see it. The horizon shape pulsing beneath the water, waiting. I haven't gone back out, not yet. But I know it's only a matter of time, because the sea is patient, and so are they.